Accendiamo tutto quando si soppressivo.
Take care.
Good morning, everyone. So we are moving chronologically, and I personally am coming closer to my comfort zone as we enter the 19th and 20th centuries and come closer to the present day. And I'm very happy to be chairing this session. Among the panelists are people who I know very well and I have collaborated with very closely. So it feels like a family reunion also on a personal level. Our first speaker will be Professor Mindaugas Kvitkauskas, and Mindaugas is the Dean of the Faculty of Philology at Vilnius University, and he's a translator who discovered his calling walking the streets of Slobodka and seeing writing on the wall. He saw writing on the wall and asked what the writing was, and someone told him this was Yiddish. And he asked what Yiddish was, and he was told this was the language spoken here once upon a time by the Jews. So that is where his journey began, and it's been quite a journey. So he will be speaking today about the Yiddish avant-garde group Jung Vilna and Vilnius University, separate or interconnected worlds.
Hello to everybody, and thank you, dear David. I hope the online participants will be able to see my slides. I'd like to share them now. I've got several slides just to illustrate some of my points. Okay, so I'm going to reflect on the question about the relations between the most important center of Yiddish avant-garde at modernism, Jung Vilna, and its relations to Vilnius University artistic and intellectual sphere, in particular the major avant-garde, Polish avant-garde group, Żagary, which was another center of a modernist and avant-garde literary life in Vilnius of the interwar period. I will start with some general facts, general information about these groups. Nothing important in that, just to remind you of the context about which I'm speaking, and later I will turn to speak about the possible traces of their connections, and I'm going to discuss this concept of these avant-garde spheres existing in two separate worlds. So the origins of the Jung Vilna group date back to 1927, as it gradually evolved from the milieu of debuting Jewish artists and poets. In October 1927, the first exhibition of the work of 8 young Jewish painters from the synagogue courtyard to Glazier Street, von Schulhof bis Glazergasse, Stiklu Street, was opened, and this exhibition was organized by the famous avant-garde photographer Moshe Vorobeychik Moiver, whose retrospective exhibition actually is opened today at the Warsaw Museum. The key idea of this first 1927 exhibition, as Justin Camus has written, was the junction of radical modernization and local Jewish tradition, which later became the core of Jung Vilna group identity. The public debut of the group, Jung Vilna, took place in October 1929 when the daily Vilner Tog, edited by literary critic Zalman Reisen, published a selection of their literary texts under the general title the march of Jung Wilne into Yiddish literature, der Rheinmarsch von Jung Wilne in der jiddischer Literatur. Now, the group, as you well know, included such writers as Chaim Grade, Kaczerginski, Lazer Wolf, Elchonen Vogler, Moshe Levin, and Avram Sutzkever, and visual artists, such as Benzion Michtom, Uma Olkenicka, Shane Ephraim, and Rochel Sutzkever, and in total about 30 writers and artists were associated with the group's activities during its existence, which can be traced even until the destruction of the Vilna ghetto in 1943. Jung Wilne was a group of the late avant-garde of the 1930s. Therefore, it was quite heterogeneous. In its style, it did not represent any particular movement, be it futurism, expressionism, surrealism, or constructivism, or anything else. And their work syncretized different features of modernism and the avant-garde, although the stylistics of leftist expressionism, social rebellion, and catastrophism prevailed, and sharp social criticism was often implicit behind the grotesque visions and linguistic experiments. Avram Sutzkever, whose work clearly represented the other side of modernist panorama, the high aesthetic modernism, was also a participant of this group, although he was accepted not without initial ideological tensions. So this was really a wide mosaic of avant-garde and modernist tendencies in Jewish Vilna, and the group published its magazine Jung Wilne in 1934-1936. Only 3 issues appeared. The 4th issue was never published. What is curious, looking at these publications of Jung Wilne, which were later also followed by 2 more literary magazines, Neue Blätter 1939 and Blätter 1940, published together with their colleague Jewish writers from Kaunas after the establishment of diplomatic relations between Lithuania and Poland. The curious fact is that none of these magazines showed any sign of literary collaboration between the Yiddish literary world, Jung Wilne, with modern writers or artists of other Vilnius nations, especially the predominant group of Polish modernists, or 2 other most important minorities of the interwar Vilnius, Lithuanians and Belarusians. No translations, no signs of literary collaboration is mentioned. This is a curious fact because it seems that Jung Wilne magazines lack the emphasis on internationalism that was so characteristic of many other European avant-garde magazines. This is all the more striking given the fact that at the same time another most important avant-garde group of interwar Vilnius, the Polish Żagary, was active. Żagary was a group of poets, critics, and leftist political activists, including Henryk Dębiński, Teodor Bujnicki, Jerzy Zagórski, Stefan Jędrykowski, Jerzy Putrament, and later Nobel Prize winner Czesław Miłosz, and several others. In 1931-1934, the group published its periodical magazine, which changed titles. First it was called Żagary, then Piony, then Smuga, and again Żagary, and in total 21 issues of the magazine appeared. The beginnings of Żagary coincided with the time of Jung Wilne public debut. It was academic year 1929-1930, when 3 most important poets of the Polish group, Bujnicki, Miłosz, and Zagórski, met at the Vilnius University Students' Literary Society, so-called STO, which gathered in the premises of Pilies Street, Zamkowa, ulica Zamkowa. This avant-garde group emerged from the intellectual and literary milieu of Vilnius Stefan Batory University, and during its most active period, 1931-1934, which also coincided with intensive activities of Jung Wilne, Żagary was very much connected with this sphere, with this milieu of Vilnius University and literary and artistic life in it. These young Polish writers and intellectuals also formed a unique students' travel society, academic vagabond club, Akademicki Klub Włóczęgów Wileńskich, which held regular hikes in the Vilnius region and propagated democratic and anti-nationalist attitudes. It was all the time in opposition. This milieu was all the time in opposition to nationalist and anti-Semitic student organizations in the university. So I will not mention all the facts of this involvement of Polish avant-gardists in Vilnius university activities and the student milieu. Many facts can be mentioned. At the same time, Żagary group, in the literary group, the members of Żagary synthetically combined a variety of avant-garde tendencies, including leftist expressionism, surrealism, and constructivism, with a predominant catastrophist tone. And this combination clearly reminds of a Jung Vilna literary profile. Basically, these two groups went in the very similar stylistic directions in terms of late 1930s avant-garde. They were quite close. Nevertheless, the publications of both groups show almost no evidence of communication between the Vilnius Yiddish avant-garde and the Polish avant-garde milieu. This is particularly striking when we compare these publications and reflection on Lithuanian and Belarusian literature in the Żagary magazines, which especially in the issues of 1934 consistently published reviews of the literary and artistic life of both nations, Lithuanians and Belarusians, including translations from both languages, the most famous of which were those of the rebellious leftist poets, the Belarusian Maxim Tank and the Lithuanian Kazys Boruta, who was translated by Miloš himself. Meanwhile, Jung Vilna was almost non-existent in Żagary, just as Żagary Polish avant-garde in Jung Vilna magazines. But however, this almost refers to one interesting exception, which I will discuss shortly. This phenomenon of two similar literary spheres that seem almost completely isolated in interwar Vilnius has been analyzed as a paradox by Joanna Lisek, a Polish researcher of Yiddish literature, Tadeusz Bujnicki, a researcher of interwar Polish modernism in Vilnius, and other authors. Their conclusions about this mutual isolation are also based on Miloš's oft-repeated statement that in his youth there was almost no connections between the modern Yiddish and Polish literary spheres in Vilna, and that almost nothing was known about the cultural life of the Vilna Jewish streets behind the neighboring walls of the University of Stephen Batory. And it was, according to Miloš, it was not until several decades later that he learned about the work of Sutskever and Grade while he already lived in the United States. I quote Miloš's text, Miloš's introduction to Daniel Katz's study on Avrom Sutskever, which is one of the most vivid statements of this, about this isolation. Let us be clear that there was not one city but two merely communicating with each other, Polish Vilna and Jewish Vilna. Much could be said about the reasons for this lack of communication. It is a subject of deep historical analysis. I belong to Polish Vilna, sharing with it a considerable amount of ignorance about books in Yiddish, being written a few streets away from the houses where I myself lived. Admittedly, our poetry group Żagary was, so to speak, the Polish equivalent of a Jung Vilna group and represented a little more interest in the other than the Polish Vilna of the elderly generations. And this was due to our leftist or socialist inclinations. These inclinations meant above all a certain resistance to slogans of nationalism and anti-Semitism. Another important source confirming this mutual isolations, except for some links in the leftist spheres, is the famous memoir of Lucy Davidovich, who was a visiting research fellow from New York at the YIVO Institute in 1938 and 1939. So in her memoirs, he also emphasizes that this boundary between the Yiddish literary world and Polish world, especially Stefan Batory University, became particularly strong in the 1930s due to the rise of anti-Semitism. And it was especially, anti-Semitism was especially spread by the right-wing nationalist Polish student organizations, which were connected to the National Democracy Party, and that's so-called. Indeed, the violent anti-Semitic riots repeated in Vilnius in 1931, 1932, 1934, and especially the major riots took place at the turn of 1936, 1937, as well as the introduction of a bench ghetto due to the demands of East nationalist student organizations at the end of 1937. These phenomena, these anti-Semitic riots and the bench ghetto made the university increasingly alien and even dangerous space for Yiddish writers and artists who openly demonstrated their Jewish identity, as well as the numerous clauses which limited their access to studies. And I quote Lucy Davidovich's fragment from her memoirs about Vilnius University as a center of anti-Semitic agitation and violence. Poland was no exception among countries, Vilna no exception about university cities. And Lucy Davidovich quotes presents the diminishing percentage of Jewish students in the university in the late 1930s. However, I would like to reflect on this assumption of the two separate worlds and to present some traces of contacts and collaboration between these different, between Polish and Yiddish literary spheres, which can be found, first of all, in the press of the time, in the literary press of the time, again. First of all, this assumption of isolation is complicated by the sporadic traces of contacts between Yiddish and Polish writers that can be found in the Żagary magazine itself. One of the most interesting exceptions is the last issue of Żagary magazine, published in February and March 1934. The entire issue was dedicated to Lithuanian literature, articles about Lithuanian literature and art, translations from Kazys Boruta, already mentioned, translated by Milosz, and other publications. And here we can find a chronicle on Jewish literary life. Mostly this chronicle relates to Warsaw literary life, literarische Blätter, and other facts, other recent facts. But it also has a statement, a brief report on a meeting of a Young Vilna group. And I show this fragment from the last issue of Żagary, from the Jewish Chronicle. And the statement says that the Vilnius Jewish avant-garde group, called Young Vilna, demonstrated at its last meeting that it was hibernating. W ostatnim posiedzeniu zademonstrowała swój sen zimowy. A very curious, although a short statement, but it's really curious, because on the one hand, this message implies that its anonymous author was present at the Young Vilna meeting, whether he was Polish or Jewish. On the other hand, it shows not only knowledge of Young Vilna's activities, but also a competitive attitude typical of avant-garde groups. They are hibernating, we are the most active ones, we are at the avant-garde. So this is an interesting example of a feeling of competition between those two literary spheres. Actually, I have a hypothesis who might have been the author of this chronicle, of this message. It is just a hypothesis. It might have been a member of Żagary literary group, a literary critic, Leon Schroeder, who at that time studied at Vilnius University and was of Jewish origin, although he was assimilated in Polish literature and language. But this is just my hypothesis. It needs to be checked. Even more interesting evidence of such links are the press reports of from the 5th of February 1933. When the unique multilingual poetry readings organized by the Żagary poets in Vilnius University at the Śniadecki Hall, or Theater Hall now, it's called Theater Hall, were held. This event with readings of multilingual poetry was entitled An Evening of Revolt Poetry, Wieczór Poezji Buntu, and was a reaction to the Nazi rise to power in Germany, which happened in January 1930 when Hitler was confirmed as Reich Chancellor, and the wave of Nazi violence against the left and the Jews followed and culminated in a few weeks in the famous Reichstag fire. In this evening, which was a reaction, a common reaction of the leftist poets, leftist literati, against these changes in Germany, socialist poems were read in Polish, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Yiddish. And in his native realm, Milosz also recalls a spectacular reading of a Yiddish translation from the work of the German Jewish expressionist Ernst Toller, a socialist expressionist Toller, and he recalls a Jewish person reading this Yiddish translation of Toller. I quote Milosz: "A small tailor literally magnetized the whole hall, packed as never before, by turning one Yiddish poem of Ernst Toller's into a rhythmic dance." Who might have been this figure who, in a rhythmic, ecstatic dance, read Toller in Yiddish in the university's theater hall is an enigma. I don't know. There are some mentionings that this might have been a member of Bund, somebody from the Bundist organization, but this might also have been a member of Jung Wilne as well, which was famous for its, some of their poets were famous for their recitals, for example, Laser Wolf. So this is an open question, but another interesting thing is that national students attempted to interrupt the event while Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Yiddish poetry was read in the university, but were pushed out of the hall, and there was a scuffle, there was a fight in the hall during this evening, and Milosz himself was in front of the defenders of that evening, and according to other memoirs of the participants, Milosz, with a werewolf face, teeth beard, eyes bulging, holding the pieces of a broken chair, fought the invaders, and he was howling. So this incredible image of Milosz, who defends the readings, the multilingual readings in the theater hall, howling against the anti-Semitic rioters, is really impressive for me, and I just thought, no wonder that he later wrote during the Holocaust his famous poem about a poor Christian looking at the ghetto. In the 1933, when the Nazis came to power, he was howling at the anti-Semitic rioters in the Vilnius University Theater Hall. Although the names of the Jung Wilne poets are not mentioned in the brief press reports, at least those which I know about this exceptional evening, one of them is demonstrated in this slide, it can be assumed that this was one of the Żagaru literary readings attended by Sutskever, which he recalled much later during his meeting with Milosz in Rotterdam and in Paris, which took place in 1979. Another sphere of contacts that complicates the concept of mutual isolation is Jung Wilne's visual art and the education of the group's artists. The initiator of the very first exhibition, Moise Vorobejczyk, Moiver, who was active in Vilnius before the formal establishment of the Jung Wilne group, was a student at the Faculty of Fine Arts of the University of Stefan Batory, among other professors. He studied under Zbigniew Pronaszko, the famous sculptor of the Polish avant-garde, a member of the Formist movement. I will not continue about Pronaszko and Vorobejczyk, which is a really interesting contact. They kept their contact for a decade, meeting again in Paris in mid-1930s in the cafes of Montmartre. So, according to memoirs of Vorobejczyk, recorded in Yiddish in 1974, he describes Vilnius Faculty of Fine Arts as his first multi-ethnic artistic community, and according to him, even though a fifth of the students were Jewish, they never felt any anti-Semitism, and relations between students and professors were friendly. Undoubtedly, the atmosphere of the 1920s when Vorobeichik studied was still different from what Lucy Davidovich describes, late 1930s. However, in the mid-1930s, between 1933 and 1937, several other young Vilna artists, Rochel Sutskever, Shane Efron, the writer and painter Moshe Levin, were also studying at the same faculty. And an interesting proof of these studies is their participation in the annual exhibitions of the Faculty of Fine Arts. As Giedrė Jankevičiūtė, whose paper will be presented here later, already noted, Rochel Sutskever, one of the most important young Vilna artists, took part in such an exhibition in 1934 and later in 1935. And here I have an interesting review written by the Jewish artist, Vilna Jewish artist Berzalkind, reviewing an annual exhibition of Vilnius Faculty of Fine Arts in the Yiddish daily Vilna Talk, where he mentions as many as 11 Jewish students taking part in that annual exhibition, singling out the work of Rochel Sutskever. He also mentions Shane Efron, another young Vilna artist. And he compares, which is most interesting to me, Sutskever's monumental canvas, Strike in the American Port, to the monumental depiction of movement in the painting Ice Hockey Players by the Lithuanian Vladas Drėma. So Sutskever is compared to Vladas Drėma painting in this review by Berzalkind. And Drėma, a Lithuanian artist and later during the Soviet era the most famous architectural historian of Vilnius, was also the author of the Žagarė magazine, who wrote about Lithuanian art in Žagarė in 1934 in Polish. So in the Faculty of Fine Arts and in the exhibitions, these authors were together and their works were in visual conversation with each other. The third sphere of communication is to me the most interesting and enigmatic. And it is Avram Sutskever's literary studies at Vilnius University. The poet himself has told about them, and this fact is mentioned in most of his biographies, but the only real knowledge which we have is that he was a free auditor and studied under Professor Manfred Kridl. These are the only real facts that at least I know I get from the documents and his biographies and criticism. Unfortunately, I had not been able to find any specific facts or documents about Sutskever's studies in the Lithuanian archives. Even Avram Noverstein's most comprehensive Yiddish biography about Sutskever mentions his studies only in the abstract way. He was studying under Manfred Kridl, which is what we know. I have not been able to find any documents attesting to Sutskever's studies at the Faculty of Humanities in the Lithuanian Central Archives. Maybe I was just not lucky enough. Maybe some things will appear in the future. Although the status of a free auditor was formally regulated due to the fact that such students were obliged to pay substantial fees for the courses they attended. This was a financial issue. Some documents should have existed. Anyway, Professor Kridl's lectures were a place where Sutskever could definitely meet the authors of the Žagarė group or the young intellectuals of their circle. Kridl, who came to Vilnius to teach 19th century literature and literary theory from the University of Brussels, brought with him many modern theoretical innovations of literary research, such as the principles of formalism and early structuralism. He was also interested in phenomenology, especially works by Husserl and his student Roman Ingarden. At the university, at the Faculty of Humanities, Kridl sought to create a circle of literary theory studies. And from the academic year 1933-1934, he began a seminar on close reading, which brought together the most talented and ambitious students who wrote papers and theses under Kridl's personal supervision. One of these seminar's participants was Jerzy Putrament, the poet and critic of the Žagarė group, who had written a thesis under Kridl on the structure of the novels of a Polish realist writer Bolesław Prus. And another was Irena Slawińska, the future prominent Polish theater and literary critic. Incidentally, among the participants of the seminar was the later righteous among the nations, Janina Zhenovich Zagalova, born in 1913, Sutskever's yearling, who during the Holocaust rescued 3 Jewish children in her house in Vilnius. And I cannot resist the hypothesis that Janina Zhenovich Zagalova may have been the prototype of Sutskever's famous short story, Janina and the Beast, Janina Undichaya from the Green Aquarium. Kryll's seminar on literary theory lasted until 1939, and it is most probable that Sutskever was a participant of this seminar, and he may have done so informally, simply accepted among ambitious young Polish intellectuals. And I'm finishing in a moment. Therefore, the statement about the isolation of the Young Vilna group and the literary and intellectual milieu of Vilnius University, I think, is not entirely correct. At least 3 spheres of interesting contacts and cultural exchange can be distinguished. The political circles of leftist and anti-nationalist youth, the leftist youth, these studies of visual arts at the at the Faculty of Fine Arts of Vilnius University, and the emerging school of modern literary theory, including structuralism at Vilnius University. In the context of the rising nationalism and anti-Semitism of the 1930s, this is quite a lot. I think this is also a testimony to the solidarity of the democratic and intellectual spheres of a multinational Vilnius, and it deserves further careful research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our second speaker will be Sole Viljonaite. It says here that she's a graduate student at Vilnius University, but really she's much more than that. She's a seasoned...
I get a long obligation of President of the Academy of Science and Technologies. Thank you for your presentation. It's a small program.
So it is my pleasure to introduce Sole Viljonaite, who is a personal friend because of her critical intervention in identifying a family album that she did in her capacity when she was working at the Jewish Museum. Today she will be speaking about unknown soldiers, women in the politics of Doikait in interwar Vilnius. I just want to mention a personal note. My father, who was a student here in the 20s, remembers Anna Rosenthal walking at the head of every May Day rally through the streets of Vilnius.
Good morning. Good morning. The title of my presentation is borrowed from the article Frauen gestalten Bund, Female Figures in, Female Figures in Bund by already mentioned Bundist Anna Rosenthal. When writing about her fellow Bundist Taibele Zeldov, Rosenthal concluded, I quote, I don't know why my slides are moving without my control. Such girls were in every city. Who remembers them? These are the unknown soldiers whose names the history did not even register. End of quote. The goal of this presentation is, I think I will just speak without it because, or I will, yeah. The goal of this presentation is to look at the biographies of some of the political activists in Vilna, more precisely into activities of women who supported the concept of Doikait. In some cases, the political affiliations are unclear, and I will focus on those who worked to improve the life of the Jewish community in the diaspora. One of the goals of political activity is participation in electoral politics. An overview of electoral materials has shown that very few women in Vilna ran in municipal, Sejm, or Senate elections. For example, in municipal elections to the City Council in 1919, Allgemeiner Jiddischer Wahlkomitee, the United Jewish Election Committee, lists educator Fruma Komisarova as the only woman candidate. The Jiddische Demokratische Partei, the Jewish Democratic Party, listed the only female candidate, teacher Anna Abramovich, who was the wife of prominent communal activist and writer Hirsch Abramovich. And Anna Abramovich was at the very bottom of this list. Although there were very few women candidates included in the list of parties, they often addressed women voters. In general, most parties stressed help for mothers and children and promised to improve the situation of Jewish schools as an attempt to attract women voters. In some cases, candidates printed leaflets or posters addressing women without any specific program of how they would improve women's situation, but they urged them to vote, as the vote was very important to ensure enough votes for the Jewish candidates. In this context, where women were seen more as voters but not as suitable candidates to run for the elections themselves, a rather unique case was the Frauenliste, a women's list formed by Vilna's Jiddische Frauenverein, Jewish Women's Union, for the municipal elections of 1927. On the top of this list was the head of the Women's Union, educator Tatiana Epstein, and Women's List published a very interesting pamphlet, Freud zu die Wahlen, Women to the Elections, where it was explained that although the times have changed and in general it is already accepted that women are also people, women have already got voting rights, but according to the authors of this pamphlet, men were pleased about women's voting rights only because they assumed that they belonged to them, that these votes belonged to men. The pamphlet also explains that Women's Union was forced to form its own list because existing parties rarely included women on the list, and if they did so, women were usually at the bottom of it. This pamphlet also notes that there is only one party that agrees to include a very few women, and from the context, it is clear that this mentioned party is Bund. And Bund did indeed try to attract the votes of worker women, and it might have been the reason why it attacked the women's list, most probably seeing as their competition for the votes of working women. But the women's list stressed that they would represent all strata of the Jewish society. This was another reason for the formation of a separate women's list. Women's Union criticized traditional parties for usually representing a very narrow stratum of the society, and therefore, according to this pamphlet, there was a large group of unrepresented women in the society. The goals of this list was very similar to those of Women's Union. They promised to help women in various spheres, to establish nurseries for children of working mothers, to provide women opportunities to acquire professions, for them to become economically independent. The women's list also stated that they would fight for initial financial support for Jewish schools of all types, both in Hebrew and Yiddish. Yet another reason to form a gender-based list, although unnamed in the pamphlet, might have been the frustrations of women who tried to run for earlier elections on list of the traditional parties. One of those was Fruma Komisarova, whom I already mentioned, and another one was journalist, writer, community activist Hannah Blankstein. It seems that Hannah Blankstein was the most prominent woman among the folkists, among the diaspora nationalists in Vilna. If we speak about women in this party, she was born in Vilna in 1867 into a well-to-do family. She studied at universities in France and in Germany. Blankstein was married and divorced twice and came back to Vilna in 1922 after the end of her second marriage. She joined Dubnov's Volkspartei in 1917 while still living in Kiev, and upon her return, she joined the Poland's Volkspartei here in Vilna. The same year when she returned to the city in 1922, Blankstein ran for Polish Sejm as a candidate of the Folkists. And in her election campaign, Blankstein stressed that other lists were actively striving to prevent women from taking part in public life and called on women to remember that womankind has always played an active role in the struggle for democracy. Blankstein was a feminist not only in her political activities, she was also in the leadership of two of Vilna's feminist organizations, already mentioned Women's Union and also Freuen Schutz organization Help for Women. Besides that, Blankstein, as most women involved in politics, worked in educational field. She was a member of the Vilna Committee of Schul- und Kulturverband, known as Schulkult. She was born on Vilna Technicum, and in 1939 she ran for the elections for the last time. At this point, she was already disillusioned with the diasporist ideas, and she ran on the Zionist list. She passed soon after these elections, and none of the elections were successful for her. What is noticeable when speaking about women on Vilna's political scene is that most of them were born in the second part of 19th century and belonged to an older generation. Maybe that is not that surprising in the case of diaspora nationalists or folkists, because it was a party mostly uniting middle and upper class men. However, it is rather strange in case of Bund. Women played a prominent role in this party from its establishment and through the Tsarist rule. However, it was less successful in attracting women in independent Poland. Historian Emma Zohar argues that during the interwar, the Jewish socialist parties, Bund and Koalition, adopted a new approach to status of a woman, and officially it seems that the parties demanded full equal rights. However, on the internal level, they maintained traditional women's roles, and Zohar calls this phenomenon the ambivalent gender equality. To attract more women in 1925, Bund established Yiddischer Arbeiterfrau, known in its abbreviation YAF, a Jewish worker women organization. It was headed by Vilna-born Sheine Feigl-Shapiro Michalevich, known as Dina Blond, who was married to prominent Bundist Benish Michalevich. Nevertheless, the organization failed to gain momentum and to attract a larger membership among women. For example, in mid-1935, Vilna's YAF had only around 100 members. However, other Bund organizations were more successful in attracting female members. One of them was Zukunft Youth Organization. Polish historian Magdalena Kozłowska noted in her research that the leaders of Zukunft, predominantly male, adopted a strategy to teach young female members about the women heroes of the past. The lives of female revolutionaries, political activists, speakers were presented to organizations' members at various meetings and in organizations' periodical press. Among these female heroes were also established women Bundists, and one of them was Anna Rosenthal from Vilna. One of the reasons why no younger women Bundists were visible in Vilna's politics might be provided by recent research by Kenneth Moss. He demonstrates that in 1920s and 1930s, Jewish youth was no longer determined to blindly serve one ideology. In searching for avenues from the poor situation they were in, the Polish youth were determined to participate in activities of organization and parties of various ideologies. And this unwillingness to stay faithful to one ideology long-term might have influenced the fact that younger people did not have time to build their political careers. The analysis of biographies of Vilna's Bundist women also suggests that most politically active and visible women were often married to prominent public figures. For example, the Bundist biographical lexicon, Deures Bundisten, women are often presented in the light of their relationship to male Bundists. There are instances where husband and wife share one biography. There are cases where a woman's biography even begins by stressing her relation to male Bundists. For example, a biography of Zina Pludermacher begins with a sentence, I quote, "She was a worthy life companion of Gershon Pludermacher, not only in private but also in communal life," end of quote. It is a rather peculiar way to start a biography of a woman whose life story paints a picture of fearless and devoted communal activists. The fact that relations to men helped women build careers is not exclusive to politics. Similar tendencies can be seen in the educational field, and according to Joanna Lisek, this was also visible in case of women writers. Lisek noted that one of the strategies and the most frequently used one for women to occur in printed word was the use of relations with men, and that directly contributed to the possibility of publishing the work. Vilna's politician women noted this too, maybe unconsciously, writing about the early years of Anna Rosenthal's political activism in the workers' movement. Dina Blond noted that exalted young girls who wandered around with their heads full of idealistic dreams have often failed to prove themselves useful when faced with the difficult challenges of fight. Blond explains that this apparently was the reasons why the leadership was not in a hurry to include these girls in the core structure of the movement. Blond then tells of Rosenthal, I quote, "And who knows how long she would have gone around with her dreams and with her young and exhausted energy, which was striving for work, if not her acquaintance with Pavel Rosenthal. The door to heroism and struggle burst wide open for Anna," end of quote. Anna Rosenthal's career is one of the great success stories of Vilna's women in politics. She was born in Volkovysk in Grodno Gubernia in 1872. She came to Vilna in 1890 to study. She studied with the father of Bund, Arkady Kremer. He was unwilling to include her into the illegal movement. As already mentioned, her political activism began after her acquaintance with her future husband, Pavel Rosenthal. Pavel Rosenthal at the time was the head of the Jargon Committee, an organization that published Yiddish literature for Jewish workers. At some point, Pavel Rosenthal had to leave to finish his doctoral studies, and Anna Rosenthal took over his position as the head of the Jargon Committee. Both Rosenthals were arrested on several occasions. They spent some time in Siberia. They also spent a few years in Bialystok, where they played a prominent role in formation of the Bund organization there. And they returned back to Vilna in 1921. Here, Anna Rosenthal was a member of the party's Vilna committee. She became a manager of Peretz Evening School. She worked a lot in the field of education. She was one of the initiators of medical supervision for school children, was involved in the establishment of nurseries. Rosenthal was a member of CBK and Shaw school networks. She was very involved with the Bund youth organizations. And was on the central board of YAF women's organizations. Rosenthal was elected to the last Vilna City Council right before World War II. After the war began, Anna Rosenthal was arrested by the Soviets, and her importance must have been noted not only by Jewish community, but also by Lithuanians. Jewish Telegraph Agency printed a statement, I quote, "The Lithuanian legation in Moscow is negotiating with the Soviet authorities regarding the repatriation of 80 persons arrested in Vilna during the Russian occupation, among them Anna Rosenthal, leader of Bund, Jewish Socialist Party," end of quote. Anna Rosenthal was one of the most prominent and visible Bundist women. But there were others who remained active in the party throughout the interwar and yet remained far less known. One of these unknown soldiers was Rebecca Epstein, born in Vilna in 1984. She was active in Bund from the beginning of 20th centuries. For a period of time, she was a member of Bund's Vilna Central Committee. In 1904, Epstein was heavily involved in an attempt to free her fellow Bundist political prisoners. After various attempts failed, the prisoners announced a hunger strike, and Epstein organized a petition of the families and marched with it to the Vilna governor, Graf Paland. According to Hirsch Abramovich, these events elevated the popularity of Bund in the city, as well as popularized Rebecca Epstein and other women involved in these events. Epstein remained active in Bund throughout the interwar years. She worked a lot in educational field. She assumed duties in movement of professional unions and was a member of YAF Women's Organization. Most early Bundist women spent the interwar years dedicated to educational work, and although they supported the ideas and goals of Bund, they did not take part in party's activities. This was the case of mother of Bund, Pati Kremer, also Manja Grossman, one of the creators of secular Yiddish schools in Vilna, also Zina Pludermacher, and Chaya Soria Stupel-Cohen, and others. Educational work cannot be taken as simple communal activism, as it was intertwined with political ideologies and had strong influence on young people. According to Harriet Davis Cram, the interactions of middle class women who had acquired some level of formal education and working class women evolved into cohesive revolutionary educational system which supplied the workers' movement with leadership throughout its legal existence from the end of 19th century to 1917. For example, Vilna-born Zhenya Gurevich was a teacher of the most prominent theoreticians of Bund, Vladimir Medem. Although very rarely seen in the ranks of leadership of Bund, women did influence and inspire younger generations. In the book about her father, painter Nachman Libeskin, his daughter Annette Libeskin-Berkowitz told the story of how her parents chose a name for her. And once she was born, her father already knew that he wants to name his daughter in honor of one of his heroes, brave Bund leader Anna Rosenthal. So she was named Annette. To conclude, I have to conclude that although male politicians understood how important it was to attract women into the ranks, more often than not, it was because women were keen educators, disseminators of political agenda, and voters. During the interwar, women were still not accepted as equals, were rarely given leadership roles in parties, political movements and organizations. Women still struggled to be taken seriously in electoral politics. However, they contributed greatly to educational field. They worked with the youth organizations and were presented as contemporary heroines, which, as we have seen, led to small but meaningful examples of how they inspired young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you have your cell phones out, you can type in the name Chana Blankstein, and you will discover that a collection of her short stories has just appeared in English translation called Fear and Other Stories, edited by Anita Norwich. So she has achieved posthumous status as a very important writer of short stories. She came back to Yiddish at the very end of her life, but produced some very sophisticated works of fiction, and now she has entered into a whole other realm of discourse. The introduction to her work makes almost no reference to what we heard this morning. You would hardly recognize that it's the same person. So there obviously much more work has to be done here. This is just the beginning. Our third speaker this morning will be my dear friend, Dr. Lara Lempertiene, who is the head of the Judaica section at the National Library of Lithuania, and she will be speaking on Vilna with Love, Zalman Schneer and Hermann Struck.
Thank you. Good morning, and I'm truly privileged to participate in this conference, physically and virtually, with our colleagues from Israel. And if the title of my paper sounds somewhat sentimental, it's because I do intend to tell a love story, although not between two people, but two people and a city, the city of Vilnius. When during the First World War, the German army occupied Poland and Lithuania, Jewish soldiers and officers in its ranks, who were quite numerous, for the first time encountered masses of East European Jewish population that until then existed in their consciousness only as a pitiful stereotype of Ostjuden. This trope was conceived in the end of the 18th century by the emancipated Jews of German lands, was supported by Haskalah ideology, and was associated with squalor and backwardness. The impact of the real encounter was very powerful. In the Jews that preserved all forms of traditional life, religious observance, strive for religious education, attendance of the multitude of synagogues and prayer houses, these acculturated and emancipated Western Jews suddenly recognized their spiritual forefathers, the idealized opposite to the loss of national values in the West. This reaction was similar to the tendency of acculturate artists of Jewish descendants of the late 18th and 19th century in the West and later in Central and Eastern Europe to look back at the way of life they long left behind and depict it in a bucolic and exoticized way. And speaking of the artists, one of those Jewish officers of the Kaiser army was Hermann Struck, or Chaim Aaron Ben David, his real name. Now, could I take a moment to share my screen? Of course not with the help. Yes. Yeah, the first. I hope you see this. This is his photo during his stay in Lithuania. An artist who by then already made for himself a name in Germany. In 1915, as a German patriot, okay, I will continue in the meantime. As a German patriot, he volunteered for the army and sent to Kaunas, where he was stationed until 1917 in a capacity of the liaison officer with the Jewish communities and military artist for the German Eastern Front High Command, or Oberost. He was awarded the Iron Cross First Class and promoted to an officer for bravery, and in 1917 he became the referent for Jewish affairs for the Oberost. Do they see it now?
Dear remote participants, do you see the slides?
Can you see the picture? No. Let me just continue.
We see the screen.
They do. Okay, thank you so much. His artistic works of that period demonstrate that he not only visited Vilnius, but was deeply impressed by it. The impact made itself shown in Struk's works of this period, namely an album, Skizzen aus Litauen, Weißrussland and Kurland, printed in 1916, with a text by Herbert Eulenberg, also an officer, and especially das Ostjüdische Antlitz, the face of the East European Jewry, published in 1920 with the text by Struk himself and Arnold Zweig. This book included 55 wartime etchings by Struk, of which many depict iconic Vilnius sites and its Jewish types. Due to immense popularity, the second edition was printed in 1929 with another cover. The reason for such popularity being the discovery of the authentic Jews that populated Eastern Europe. While Struk, his German Jewish co-authors, as well as readers, were outsiders who fell in love with East European Jews precisely because of their otherness. The Hebrew and Yiddish writer Zalman Schneer, on the right here, originally Zalman Zalkin, was a part of the same community. He was born in a typical Litvak shtetl of Shklov, so his stance towards it, as would seem, should differ. However, already in his early youth, he, like many other Jews of the Russian Empire in the 19th century, distanced himself from the traditional way of life and began his own way of emancipation. In 1900, he went to Odessa and later to Warsaw. In both places, he entered the milieu of secular Jewish literati and artists who, while cherishing Jewish classical heritage, were dedicated to European literature and art. At the same time, Schneer never rejected his familial legacy. So, for him, a short sojourn in Vilnius, 1904 to 1906, when he worked at the Hebrew daily Azman and published there his poems and short prose, and this is precisely the photo of 1905 of his being in Vilnius. For him, Vilnius was the best of two worlds, in a sense, because Vilnius was not a small and parochial shtetl, but neither was it a secular Jewish metropolis like Odessa or Warsaw. The traditional ways of its Jewish community charmed Schneer, like a few years later they would charm Struk. After Azman ceased to publish, Schneer left for the West and never returned to Vilnius. In that regard, his experience with Vilnius was indeed similar to Struk's. However short a time he spent here, the deep impression remained with him for years. So much so that he mentioned Vilnius in his autobiography and also wrote an essay on Vilnius. The essay was called The Jewish Street in Light and Shadow as a preface to Moshe Vorobeichik's Moever, of whom Professor Kvetkauskas spoke, photo book, The Jewish Streets in Vilna, and it was as late as 1931. The impression was still strong. But much earlier, in 1920, characteristically the same year as Struk's Ostjüdische Antlitz was published, already far from Vilnius in a New York periodical Miklat, let me be clear, Schneer himself was at the time in Germany, but he published in a New York periodical Miklat his main panegyric to the city of Vilnius, the poem Vilna. And in 1923, in Berlin Publishing House, a sefer that Schneer himself established in 1919 together with Shlomo Zaltzman, this poem appeared for the second time as a separate deluxe edition illustrated by Hermann Struck's etchings. This is the cover, and this is the title page. The poet and the artist met in Berlin and became friendly. And this is a portrait of Schneur made by Struck in 1922. We don't have full and exhaustive recorded history of their editing endeavor, but we do have a result of this cooperation, the book on which both are signed as authors. Also known is that it was a continuous project. The first poem publication in Eclat was already accompanied by 2 etchings of Struck, of course not of the same polygraphic quality as in the book. Both could have many things in common, Zionism among them, but one was for sure their feelings towards Eastern European Jews and especially Jews of Vilnius. When Struck and Schneur met, the latter was already at the nostalgic distance from the traditional community, which he regarded through idealistic lenses that showed only spirituality and dedication to eternal values and retouched things that Schneur has been glad to separate himself from in search of high culture and alternative education. Moreover, as Lilach Netanel, who by the way was intended to speak at this conference on Struck, and it's a pity she isn't here, as she knows, I quote, given Schneur's deep roots in the literally national revival of Eastern European Jewry, he cannot easily be included in the romantic cult of the Ostjuden. Yet although he was a Jewish Russian immigrant in Berlin and therefore an Eastern European Jew himself, Schneur was nevertheless influenced by German Jewish neo-romantic descriptions of Eastern European Jewry. End of quote. It is possible that even earlier Schneur was influenced by the First World War quest of part of the Jewish intelligentsia in Russian Empire for the authentic Jewish life and Jewish spirit. This movement was most prominently represented by Shlomo Ansky and his circle, people who, like Schneur, lived in the atmosphere of big cities, but went to explore the shtetls of the pales of settlement that they claimed remaining bastions of authenticity. Schneur found such bastion, certain oasis of authentic Jewish life in the Jewish quarter of Vilnius. After leaving the city, and especially after the First World War, he began to perceive it from Berlin in a very similar manner as Berlin-born Struck. And so it is not surprising that among Struck's etchings, they easily found those that illustrated very fittingly, sometimes literally, Schneur's text, in spite of being created independently from the poem and earlier, mostly in 1916, during Struck's stay in Lithuania. In the book, the stanzas are numbered and the etchings signed by the numbers of the lines in the poem. The enumeration of stanzas is a known feature and in editions of epic poetry, with which Schneur was, of course, acquainted. But in this case, the enumeration alludes rather to the printed editions of the Torah, especially seeing that numbers are presented through the Hebrew letters, characteristically for editions of classical Jewish texts. This allusion is strengthened by the printing type that paraphrase the handwritten script and ornamentation of Jewish manuscripts, mainly Torah scrolls and prayer books. The very name of the publishing house, HaSefer, directs one to the HaSefer, the Sefer of Torah. Not only the form of the book, but the language style aspires for the higher register of the Jewish writing culture. Although rightfully considered a modernist Hebrew Yiddish writer, in his depicting of Vilnius, Schneur draws linguistically from the archaic melitza eloquence, the dominant stylistic tool of Haskalah literature that was famously and prominently developed by Vilna Maskilik literati, whom Schneur mentions directly in his poem, as well as the style itself. He speaks of melitza tzofreicha, eloquence of your writers. And also he underlines their legacy for Vilna Jewish intellectuals. This labor of love of Strzok and Schneur I would call the myth book of the Jerusalem of Lithuania. As the poem, as the etchings unfailingly show that their image of Jewish Vilnius was not only an inspired documentation of their true experience in the city, but also an artistic ideological construct in which the realia are inlaid by locally imbibed true or legendary stories and later tinted by the nostalgia of parting. In Vilnius, both learned the title of Jerusalem of Lithuania that originated most probably in the late 18th century and from the beginning of the 20th was actively used and promoted by Vilna Jewish artists, literati, journalists, and community activists. In Strzok's etching used for the book, but created, as we remembered, separately, a reader sees not only portraits of people whom he met, but also the image of the Vilna Gaon, his his mausoleum at the Jewish cemetery, a tree that, according to the legend, grew on the grave of the righteous proselyte Valentin Potocki. And the poem, created again independently, reminds a brief Vilna Jewish history with its important events and prominent personalities. Along with the same Vilna Gaon and Potocki, Schneur includes in his Jewish Vilnius Alley of Stars, if you will, the cantor Joel David Levenstein-Strashunsky, the charitable woman Deborah Esther Helfer, the head of the Rome publishing house Deborah Rome, the poet Michael Gordon, Maskilic writers Kalman Schulman, Yoshua Meizach, Abraham Mapu of Kaunas, of course, but published by the same Rome publishing, the prankster Motke Chabad, and others. Many of them he calls, of course, not but by their official names, like I did, but by the endearments applied to them by Vilna Jews. Michael the poet, Gordon, the respectable widow, Deborah Rome, the Count Potocki, the young married man, Levenstein-Strashunsky. He also mentions the famous philanthropist and advocate for Jewish rights, Sir Moses Montefiore, who visited Vilnius in 1846, and puts him literally next to the Vilna Gaon, and I quote, "The face of Elijah the Gaon and the face of the Montefiore the benefactor, look at you benevolently from the walls of every Jewish home." These lines, by the way, veritably reflects verbally and iconographically documented tradition of Vilnius to put those portraits alongside one another. This tradition formed after Montefiore's visit and was undoubtedly witnessed by Schneur when visiting his Vilna acquaintances. In that vein of pious historiography, Schneur interprets the realia of his own days in Vilnius. One of such examples is a stanza on the Strashun Library. The Strashun Library is like gigantic fossilized brain that contains thoughts of the dispersed nation and consolidates it into common legacy. Those who conceived them are no longer here, but this mind goes on by itself, processing the thoughts of the eternal people expressed in the language of God. This passage, like many others, reads like a part of the discourse of the globalized Jewish history that incorporates Schneur days Vilnius into much broader historic ideological perspective. The Schneur-Strzok books itself, in its turn, helps to build this discourse that was developed further up until the Holocaust and in another reality after it, but this is beyond the scope of my presentation. Another example of such a discourse are the words of Virgili Khan at the Yiva conference in 1929. Quote, "For us, Vilnius is not just a city, it is the idea," end of quote. The language of the poem, full of established ideologies and borrowings from the classical Jewish texts, follows that goal successfully. No wonder then that Strzok's etching of a young Vilna woman was paired with Schneur's words on daughters of Israel, and Vilna Heider boys whom Schneur calls Judean princes brought among the foreign tribes, was the etching used for that was the same etching, let me remind you, that already in 1920 was the cover of the Ostjüdische Antlitz. Sorry. Okay. Like I said, the poverty and unhygienic conditions of Vilnius Jewish quarter, unhealthy pallor of its inhabitants that were described in many a memoir, Jewish and non-Jewish alike, and were definitely witnessed by the authors of the book, are presented by them less than facts and more like parable of rejecting the material to concentrate on the spiritual. Like it was in the description of Heder Boys, or in stating that even Vilna water carriers, of course the poorest and socially lowest stratum of the community, and I quote from Schneur, draw from the source of the Torah giants. End of quote. And you know, it could be even factually correct, because those people could participate in some study group in one synagogue or another, but not to the extent to study the giants of the Torah, of course. It is worth mentioning that the book presents some non-Jewish but famous Vilnius sites: the hill of Gediminas and its legends, the gates of dawn, albeit in a negative light, and also the wonderful town of Trokai and its Karaites, whom Schneur presents in his characteristic romanticized way, using the metaphor of Ruth from the book of Ruth. It seems that the book takes upon itself a role of a poetic and artistic city guide, not only of its sites, but also of its lore and legend. Towards the end of my presentation, I would like to comment on one specific and partly curious instance of creative collaboration of the poet and the artist in this marvel of an edition. Schneur, writing his poem in the middle of the First World War, and here I must note that yes, I know, that the text was created in 1917, only published in the 1920, depicts with pain and in almost biblical Jeremiah phrase the hardship of the Vilna Jews and refugees, the starvation and deprivation that they experienced. Schneur's open or only slightly disguised comparison of Vilnius to Jerusalem that runs throughout the poem here is expressed in the strongest, and I quote, "As you shared the glory of Jerusalem, so you had to accept its fate as well." It could hardly be expressed of Struck, a former German officer, to have an analogous etching. Still, he hadn't withheld his cooperation even on this fragment, and they adjusted an etching to one line, taking out of context of such fragment, and I quote, "In your homes of prayer," meaning Vilnius, "the crying of the refugees and their horrendous stories of slaughter deafens the voices of those who lovingly recite the Psalms and Lon Mishnah." And so they found a way to incorporate Struck's quite a serene portrait of an elderly Vilnius Talmudist, since it was too fitting to the general ethos of the book to miss. To conclude, both Struck and Schneur, who loved Vilnius in spite of their short contact with the city, added, and I would suggest did that rather intentionally, to the creation of the glorious myth of Jerusalem of Lithuania and to its perpetuation, because they held Jewish Vilnius in such high regard that in their eyes it deserved being elevated on a pedestal to be preserved in eternal memory.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciations for your person, for your presentation, enjoy your
to have the last speaker. I'm going to take the privilege of the chair and stop the session here. Our last speaker is not able to appear. We were supposed to hear this paper read in absentia, but given that the proceedings of this conference will be published, so the work will be, you will be able to have access to it. And second of all, because we are in the spirit of Litvaks, we would like to stay as close to the schedule as possible. So I will take the prerogative of the chair of stopping the session here and opening the floor to questions so that we can stay. We will then hear the paper of Jedrzej Jankiewicz, read to us by LMA Lautskaite.
Okay, hello. I'm LMA Lautskaite, and I shall read the paper of my colleague Jedrzej Jankiewicz. So, with the voice of my colleague LMA Lautskaite, I would like to congratulate the participants of the conference and thank the organizers, and regret that I was unable to attend in person. In the context of contemporary women's studies, it is probably unnecessary to explain why this topic was chosen, and yet, what is the importance and significance of this topic, and why it is important to highlight the work and activities of German women artists in Vilnius. To answer, I will draw on my fresh experience of reading my colleague LMA Lautskaite's essay on interwar Jewish art in Vilnius in the catalogue of the exhibition Vilnius, Vilna, 1918-1948, One City, Many Stories, curated by Andrzej Szczerski and myself. The exhibition was shown at the National Museum in Krakow and will open at the National Art Gallery in Vilnius very soon. Looking at the layout of the catalogue, two things became very clear. The first one seems obvious, but anyway begs to be named more strictly. The community of Jewish artists in Vilnius in 1920s consisted almost exclusively of men. In 1930s, however, the number of women artists increased significantly. And they were bright, active personalities who became visible in the cultural life. Second concerns the iconography of the artworks. LMA insisted that Bert Salkin's postcard courtyard with two exits from the serious Jewish ghetto in Vilna from 1927 should be included in the exhibition catalogue as an iconic image, without which it is impossible to talk about the image of Jewish Vilna. This image even found its place in the narrative of modernism. A motif identical to Salkin's postcard was used for the cover of the photographic album Ein Ghetto in Osten, Vilna, by most prominent figure of the interwar Vilnius art scene, Moshe Vorobeychik, or if someone prefers, Moiver. The image of Vilnius created by Vorobeychik was also spread across the demarcation line in Lithuanian press at the time, as you see on this slide. At the same time, in Jewish Vilnius, the artist's view of the city began to change. Alongside the traditional ghetto images and types, artworks without any national features depicting the everyday life of modernizing city appeared. Here you see just the slide, the works mentioned. All these works were made exclusively by Jewish woman artists. Rachel Mariampolska, for example, boldly depicts semi-nude male bathers. Most probably it was an educational exercise. There were more similar compositions in Vilnius printmaking at the time. For example, the early work of Polish male artist Józef Sękalski. However, if this similarity is due to the educational program of the Faculty of Fine Arts at Stefan Batory University, we can still speak of the universalization of Jewish art. There are even manifestations of Japanism in Jewish art, such as in this picture by Fana Lev, engraving of a fishing scene. The search for ethnic specificity was significantly reduced. An exception was the activity and art of Young Vilna group. The relevance of the topic of this presentation is based on the marked increase of the number of Jewish women artists and growing importance of their work in the cultural life of Vilnius in the 30s. Both circumstances signal the modernization of the Vilnius Jewish community and the accelerating phase of women emancipation. Moshe Vorobeichik was just mentioned. Undoubtedly, he is the most famous interwar Vilnius artist. After his recent solo exhibition at the Pompidou Center, he became even more known figure on the global avant-garde. His case is a big contrast with Jewish women artists from Vilnius. For a long time, even the names of Rosa Sutskever and Sheina Efron, who belonged to the most famous artist group in Vilna, were almost unknown. But now, one by one, we are discovering Jewish women artists. In recent years, important artworks by Adasa Gurevich-Grodzka, Fana Lev, Rachele Mariampolska, Fana Olkenicka have been brought out of the silence of the depositories. 3 Vilnius Jewish women artists, Lisa Daiches, Rosa Sutskever, and Fana Olkenicka, since 2022, have their own small monuments in the form of stolpersteins in Vilnius. Interwar Vilnius art exhibitions, the recently completed Dictionary of Lithuanian Artists, and publication on Lithuanian women's art have added many of these names to the general history of Lithuanian art. However, what we know about these artists today is only a fragment. The problem is the poverty of documental sources and the scarce survival of their artworks. The eldest of them is Fana or Ulma Olkenicka, born in 1899. She is a relatively new name in the history of Vilnius culture. Historian Cecilia Busnitz reproduced Olkenicka's constructivist style collection voucher for the construction of the Ivo new building and on the cover of her monograph, Ivo and the Making of Modern Jewish Culture. That appeared in 2014. However, she did not indicate the artist's name and couldn't point it because nobody was talking about Olkenicka then. To Together with Lara Lempertiene, we were staging exhibition The Ivo in Vilnius, The Rise of the Legend, dedicated to the 19th anniversary of this institute in 2014. And we discovered this name, but Olkenitska is still a person without face and biography. Fania, or Ulma, laid down her career to Ivo. In 20s, she took part in the Jewish artist exhibitions in Vilnius and Warsaw. But in 30s, her intense focus on the work at the Institute must have left her no time for painting. Olkenitska headed the theater museum that opened under the auspices of Ivo, bearing the name of Jewish actress Esther Rachel Kaminska, known as the mother of the Yiddish theater. The core of the museum's collection consisted of exhibits gifted by the family of the actress who died in Warsaw in 1925. It is in the year when Ivo was founded. Olkenitska also did all the design work for the Institute. Probably she designed the logo of the Institute. When Olkenitska's name started to emerge, her biography gradually became known, and a small corpus of her works was amassed mostly from graphic design. The influence of constructivism on Olkenitska's style is confirmed in her poster commemorating the Ivo third anniversary, recently discovered in the Judaica collection of the Martynas Mažvydas National Library of Lithuania, thanks to Lara Lempertiene. Olkenitska studied in Germany, definitely in Munich and Berlin, among other cities. When and where she studied, it is difficult to say, but her talent and abilities were noticed. In the catalogue of the exhibition from the Vilnius Ghetto, organized by Vorobeichik in 1927, she was the only woman among the 8 participants of the exhibition. Around the same time, Olkenitska exhibited a landscape entitled Munich at the Jewish Art Exhibition in Warsaw. This suggests that the artist had lived in Bavarian capital for some time, perhaps studied here. A request by Max Weinreich, one of the directors of Ivo, to the Vilnius city elder preserved in Lithuanian Central Archives, to issue Olkenitska a foreign passport for an internship in Germany under the preferential conditions, concerns that she was familiar with the cultural life of Germany. In Nazi-occupied Vilnius, Olkenitska was imprisoned in ghetto and became part of the paper brigade, and she did not survive the Holocaust. Olkenitska's traces in the artistic life of Vilnius do not go beyond the Jewish community. However, her steps towards emancipation were decisive and clear. For the first choice as a career of an artist, which was not very usual for the girls from Jewish families, then the small but nevertheless responsible position as the head of the theater of the museum at Ivo. And finally, her decision to change her name from traditional Fania to the modern and exotic sounding Ulma. It is likely that she took the step following the example of her colleague Rachel Sutzkever, who changed her birth name to more modern Rosa, thus demonstrating that she was cutting ties with traditional Jewish culture in which women's space was limited to home. Rachel, or Rosa Sutzkever, born in 1904, belongs to the new generation. She studied at the Faculty of Fine Arts at Stefan Batory University and had wide opportunities to participate in the cultural life of the city. Rosa Sutzkever followed the canon by her professor of the art faculty, Ludomir Slenzinski. Here you see her work, and her scandalous work, Strike in the New York Docks, exhibited in Ivo new headquarters in an exhibition of Jewish art held on the occasion of the Institute's 10th anniversary in 1935, was still in Slenzinski type painting, but certainly not in the terms of the content. Approximately in the same year, Sutzkever's individual styles changed. She turned from a neoclassicist into expressionist, bursting emotions as it broke the shapes of the depicted objects, mostly human figures, and exploded in thick, quick, and nervous brushstrokes. The change in style was apparently influenced by Rosa's friendship with leftist writers, which led her to her membership on the Jungwillner group. Sutzkever combined the efforts to transcend the limits of her culture with the attention to Yiddish heritage and sought to make it modern. Among 11 most active members of the group, there were only two women, both artists, Rosa Sutzkever and Sheina Efron. In fact, Benzion Michtom, the third artist member of Jungwillner, designed the biggest number of the book covers of the group. However, some of the books were also designed by Rosa Sutzkever and Sheina Efron. Rosa is most famous as a painter. It is quite possible that because of her expressionist manner, this artist seemed particularly close to the Lithuanian scene. Her works appeared in the Almanac Neue Blätter, published by Mayer Jelin in Kaunas in 1939, which aimed to introduce Vilnius artists to the art scene of Kaunas. Jelin made contacts with some artists during his visit to Vilnius following in 1938. In his memoirs, he mentions Rosa Sutzkever among the visual artists who made an impression to him. Sutzkever distinguished herself in the Vilnius art scene, for example, in December 1938, when she held a solo exhibition. Very few artists would commit to that, and the number of solo exhibitions in the interwar period in general was very small. And Sutzkever postponed the closing of her exhibition to January 2nd, 1939, and turned it into the New Year's party with a concert, a banquet, and artwork sales, thus generating an additional wave of curiosity and interest of Vilnius public. Besides, Sutzkever regularly exhibited her works in joint exhibitions of Vilnius artists, while the majority of her compatriots most often kept themselves apart. Along with Benzion Michtom, Natan Korzen, Moses Presm, and Jakob Scher, she represented Jewish art in the survey of exhibition art held in 1914, when the city was already occupied by Soviets. Moreover, Sutzkever took part in the exhibition's steering committee and was the only woman in this committee. The case of Sutzkever is not enough to justify the affirmation that in 30s, Jewish women artists, along with Polish, Lithuanian women, became prominent figures in local art life. I would like, therefore, to show you Adasa Gurevich-Grodzka, a self-portrait which was acquired for the National Art Collection of Čiurlionis Art Gallery in Kaunas from an exhibition of Vilnius art in 1940. This is a serious proof that women's art was noticed and appreciated, and their work was even seen as part of Lithuanian national heritage, as it was acquired for the National Museum. The situation changed after war, when Jewish artists and their art went to a long-lasted oblivion. Another work, a colored engraving in Japanese style by Jewish artist Van Lev, from the personal collection of Lithuanian restorer Gražina Dremaitė, with dedication to the artist, to Gražina's mother, Jadwiga Drėmienė, who was Polish. It was in the interwar period, this dedication and presentation of this work done. So it testifies the friendly relations of mutual sympathy between the two Vilnius residents of the same generation. It is also another proof of the integration of Jewish artists into the cultural life of the city. Summing up the short overview, it should be noted that Jewish women artists of 30s who grew and matured in Vilnius felt part of this environment and combined various kinds of activities: art creation, organization of artistic life, dissemination of art and art knowledge. Unfortunately, just as they were taking the first independent steps in their professional careers, the war broke out, dramatically changing everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting and for both of them for the presentation. Thank you.
I stand corrected. It was well worth listening to, and my apologies to Giedre. It was really an outstanding and innovative. Thank you very much. So,
Shall we now have
what should we
a
do?
short discussion? We have time until 12:15, then another session starts.
But I have to
the
eat
keynote.
But what about lunch?
So we can skip the discussion and have a lunch for half an hour, which is of course a pity, but I don't think we have other way if we keep to the program. So what do you prefer? Lunch or discussion?
I think we need a break.
Yes.
So-
Yes. Okay. So we will have a discussion in an informal way, and when we meet 12:15 at David's keynote lecture.
Okay, thank you.
Das LMA תוכנית אחר הצהריים, לא הבנתי. שלום ישראל. הופה. מה נשמע? אנחנו במקום הנכון? אמורים להתחיל כבר, לא?
אתה שומע אותי?
שומע אותך, כן.
מדבר כשומע עבדך.
אז רגע, אנחנו במקום הנכון?
אנחנו במקום הנכון לפי דעתי. למה, מה...
בואו נתחיל לפני 2 דקות, לא?
תשמע...
עשיתי שצעת.
אנחנו במקום הנכון.
אוקיי, בסדר.
בסדר?
טוב.
אוקיי. אז אני יכול להתחיל.
גם הליטווקס התחילו גם כן עם חסידות שצעת?
מה?
גם הליטווקס התחילו לנהל את הזמן כמו חסידים?
תשמע, אני הרי לימדתי במזרח אירופה הרבה זמן, אז יש שם, כמו שאצלנו פעם היה המושג רבע שעה אקדמית, בגרמנית זה נקרא, כן? אז שם היה, אני לימדתי בקייב, אז יש שם Ukrainian Academic Time.
אתה יודע מה זה בהזמנות לחתונה של חסידים שכתוב שהחופה תהיה ב6:30 בדיוק, מה זה בדיוק?
מה זה בדיוק?
ראשי תיבות, ביז דידן ולם קומן.
לא. חשבתי שאתה הולך לספר לי על ההזמנה של החתונות של חב"ד.
כן.
אתה יודע שיש לי בן דוד שהוא חב"דניק בנחלת הר חב"ד, ויש לו בלי עין הרע כך וככה, אני רוצה להגיד יותר מ10 צאצאים, אז אני שומע את ההזמנות של החתונות שלו כבר שנים, ששם כתוב הרי, כמו שהיה כתוב בהזמנה לחתונה המפורסמת בראשית המאה ה-19, אתה יודע. ובסוגריים כתוב בשעה זו וזו, כן. נדמה לי שכתוב שם בשעה 2, נכון? בשעה 2 בצהריים. לא זוכר כבר.
אצל חב"דניק זה צריך להיות לא בלשון של אם משיח לא יבוא, אלא אם משיח לא יתגלה מחדש.
טוב, זה תיקון של העת החדשה.
כן.
זה יכול שאתה מסתכן פה, אתה מתחייב בנפשך ממש, אתה יודע מה זה ממש, הרי כן.
כן.
טוב, אתה יודע, אני הייתי תלמיד פעם של פרופסור טברסקי עליו השלום בהרווארד, והוא תמיד היה מתקלס בחסידי חב"ד, בחייו של האדמו"ר, כן? לפני הרבה שנים, אני מדבר איתך על 40 שנה. וכבר אז הוא אהב לדרוש כל מיני, אומר על טברסקי, כל מיני רמיזות בשמות שלו. בקיצור, לא הייתה החיבה שהוא היה בהם. אני מזכיר לך שטברסקי בעצמו היה אדמו"ר, לא פחות ביותר. כן, כן. טוב, היה אדמו"ר יוצא דופן, כן? הרי שם היו קוראים לו ברכת הרבה, אני הלכתי כמה פעמים למניין שלו בערב שבת.
טלנה קראו לזה באמריקה. כן.
טוב, הוא היה בכלל בריאה נפלאה מהבחינה הזאת, הוא גם היה ציוני, לא נתחיל מזה, כן? למד חוקר של הרמב"ם of all things, כן? אדמו"ר.
כן. אני זוכר את המודעות אבל במאה שערים. אדמו"ר הרב פרופסור יצחק טברסקי, כן.
שהוא נפטר.
כן.
טוב, הייתה לו לוויה ענקית.
הייתי בשלבים עם פרופסור. נמצא את המודעות.
בסדר העדיפות ירד, הייתי אומר.
אולי פספסתי בסדר.
דרך אגב, בני, אתה יודע שבן שלו נרצח בהר נוף.
לא שומע אותך?
אתה שומע, הבן של טברסקי הרי נרצח בהר נוף באחד הפיגועים לפני לא הרבה שנים יחסית. ידעת את זה?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I think we should start already. So, welcome again at our afternoon session, and we will start with a keynote lecture by Professor David Troskis, a researcher of Yiddish and comparative Jewish literature and the Holocaust literature, and he's going to present a lecture entitled A Tale of Two Cities Growing Up in Vilna de Canada.
Thank you. Shalom לחברים בירושלים בארץ. So, chapter 1, Vilna and Jerusalem. When is a city more than a city? When it is paired up with another city. When Bucharest is called Little Paris of the East, or when Chernovtsi is called Little Vienna, it is because one neighborhood or a certain architectural style bear a striking resemblance to the mother city. And this likeness is turned into a trademark. But for all their charm, however, it means that Bucharest and Chernovtsi are only second best, a reasonable facsimile. The seasoned traveler, however, will always know the difference. For Jews, there was only Jerusalem. As far back as the 8th century BCE, Isaiah, son of Amos, in his first chronicle, referred to Jerusalem as Kiryah Ne'emana, or faithful city. He recast the earthly city of Jerusalem into a template, a symbolic shorthand that stood for the saving remnant of the house of Israel, the sacred core that ultimately would resist defilement. If Jerusalem abandoned the Lord, however, and broke the covenant, it would be destroyed. Millennia later, when the Jews of medieval Mainz spoke of their city as Jerusalem on the Rhine, or when Budapest was touted as Jerusalem on the Danube, they were invoking the Jerusalem template. To pair Mainz and Budapest with Jerusalem was to claim the mantle of spiritual or communal preeminence. Templum in Latin means consecrated space. That which is sacred is primary, not secondary. Every Jewish community saw itself as a kihila kedosha, a covenantal community, but only a precious few could stand in for Jerusalem. I grew up in a Yiddish-speaking home in Montreal to a family of almost survivors. Although mother had lived in Czernowitz, Little Vienna, and Krosna, a bustling factory town, for a total of 10 years, the urban template in our home was her native Vilna. Mother's stories, laced with songs, as many of you heard last night, in Yiddish, Russian, and Polish, were my daily bread for the first 17 years of my life when I lived at home, and well beyond. Mother was a perennial time traveler. Something in the present would trigger a visceral memory, actually a jumble of memories from the other side of time, often dramatized with reconstructed dialogues. Her itinerary was arrested in time. Mercifully, miraculously, my father was the last of his brothers to escape from Europe with his family and to buy his way in the fall of 1940 into Canada. For my mother, 1940 was an absolute temporal divide. For all that Canada was her sanctuary and final destination, the abode of history, of her story, were the first 24 years of her life in Vilna. That period was the most fraught and most sacred. She never quite recovered from the death of her mother, Fradl Matz Velcher, on October 18, 1921. And her first-hand memories of the city ended on her wedding day, February 14, 1930, when she and Label Roskes set out for the factory town of Krosna. Except for a romantic tryst with a man I call Boris Seidman in Cafe Rudnitsky, my mother never went back to Vilna again. All her half-siblings, their spouses, their children, whom she left behind, were eventually murdered. The burden of survivor guilt, complicated by a lot of unfinished emotional business, made it essential for her to arrest the flow of time and to shuttle constantly, obsessively, between time before and time after. When is a city more than a city? When it is paired up with another city that no longer exists. My mother, a perennial time traveler, crossed the invisible bridge that linked Montreal to Vilna, 6,521 kilometers away, virtually every day. When my turn came, whom would I take along as a guide? My turn came in the fall of 1971. When I actually stepped foot in Vilnius, it had been turned into a drab and dilapidated Soviet city. Its only saving grace was that I was shown around by Zalman Gurdus, a native son, who spoke to me in Yiddish. We stopped outside the two bolvanes, the half-naked torsos that held up the entrance to Tishkevich's palace on the corner of Troika and Zavalna streets, but we couldn't enter the courtyard because the building had been repurposed as a police station. Other visits followed after the implosion of the Soviet Union. The last time I was here was in August 2019 to attend a collaborative conference on reading Vilna in Jewish writing and urban history. Then each of us came armed with a digital copy of Zalman Shik's Tausend Jahr Vilna, the incomparable Yiddish guidebook to the city and its multicultural landmarks. Uncannily, Schick reminded me of my mother. Like mother, Schick managed to create a seamless, all-Yiddish narrative that combined source material in several languages and jumped from one historical period to another. Like mother, Schick's itinerary was arrested in time. Tausend Jahr Vilna appeared in 1939, just before the outbreak of the war. His millennial guide to the city looked forward to the next millennium. So when I received the invitation to speak at today's conference, marking this and celebrating the 700th anniversary of Vilnius, I saw it as an opportunity to add my own voice to the conversation about the lasting material and spiritual contributions that the Jews have made to this city, a legacy that has somehow withstood the depredations of time and the forces of destruction. I saw it as an invitation to cross the bridge of memory yet again, this time in the company of both Zalman Schick and Masha Roskies, but this time going in both directions at once. If I wish to understand what it means to live in one city and vicariously experience another, I needed to see Montreal through the lens of pre-war Vilna, and to see Vilna through the lens of Montreal. If I wished to understand how the new city was similar to the old and how it was radically different, I would have to venture beyond my own lived experience. If I wanted to tell a story of two cities that had never been told before, I would have to become my own guide, create my own set of maps, and use every memory aid at my disposal. And if it was me telling the story, I would have to begin in 1940. So here goes. Chapter 2, Coming Home to a Strange City. Although the majority of the population was French-speaking, Montreal was no little Paris. For my parents and others like them, however, this North American outpost was a kind of homecoming. Topographically, there was an elective affinity between Montreal and Vilna. True to its name, Montreal was built around Montréal, a higher, more pristine and expansive version of Castle Hill, or the Schlossberg, as it was fondly known to the Jews of Vilna. Instead of castle ruins, which is a relic of temporal rulers of old, a huge steel cross dominated the landscape and lit up at night to certify that Montreal was a Roman Catholic city, linked not to Paris, but to Rome. By law, no buildings in Montreal were to be taller than the Mount Royal Cross. Meteorologically, Montreal winters were fiercer than those of Vilna, and because Montreal was surrounded by water, the humidity in the summer was much harder to bear. Most familiar were the city's linguistic and religious rivalries. East European Jews were routinely situated between two foreign language groups, one high status, one low. High Goyish was the imperial language, which, depending on the region, could be German, Russian, or Polish. Low Goyish was the vernacular language, spoken by the peasantry, which, depending on the region, could be Lithuanian, Belarusian, Ukrainian, Polish, Czech, or Romanian. In your average shtetl, moreover, two churches dominated the skyline, one Roman Catholic with a spire, the other Russian Orthodox with an onion-shaped dome. In Montreal, when my parents arrived, the relations between the English and the French were extremely asymmetrical. Since the British had defeated the French on the Plains of Abraham, the economic and political power in Montreal was concentrated in the hands of the Protestant English-speaking minority. From south of the border, American English also exerted an ever greater influence. This French-speaking population, meanwhile, was still overwhelmingly rural, and even in my day, the largest faculty in the Catholic French language Université de Montréal was its faculty of theology. Spoken French, derived from regional dialects in 17th and 18th century France, was incomprehensible to students of Parisian French, which was poorly taught in the Protestant schools. So the Jews of Montreal had one of three choices: either to manage up, adopt High Goyish, and try to integrate with the English Protestant power elite, learn Low Goyish and throw in their lot with the socially backward and religiously conservative Québécois, and or to carve out a separate cultural and social space in their own languages. So in Montreal, as in Vilna, this heightened awareness of religious, cultural, and linguistic differences was good for the Jews. Yiddish was the province of the downtown Jews, concentrated along St. Lawrence Boulevard, still known today as the Main, where the city's three linguistic communities met. Here, synagogue life was still organized by place of origin. So in addition to the Austrian synagogue, there were also Anshe Minsk and Anshe Pinsk, two venerable Litva communities. Here, the Jewish labor movement came into its own because the whole garment industry in Montreal, as in other immigrant hubs, was dominated by Jews, who soon began agitating for better working conditions in Yiddish. The editorial offices and printing press of the Keneder Odler, the Yiddish daily newspaper, that was founded in 1907, was located on the Main, as was the Workman's Circle. The Main was also home to the city's two most distinct foods: Montreal bagels, smaller, thinner, sweeter, and denser with a larger hole than New York bagels, and always baked in a hickory-fired oven, and Montreal-style smoked meat that was much more savory than American pastrami. It didn't matter to my parents that neither the bagels, if baked on the Sabbath, nor the smoked meat were kosher, or that there was not a single kosher restaurant in the whole city. The Jews of Montreal were an amalgam of old and new, religious and secular. They lived openly and audibly as a distinct ethno-religious group with their own foods, their own neighborhoods, their own political ideologies, and their own network of social and cultural institutions, and their own languages. So, having landed in a remote city that was uncannily similar, the next question was, where was the best place to live? Mount Royal divided the city in half. Westmount was where the upwardly mobile Jewish immigrants settled, adopting English as their aspirational language. This is where the Bronfman brothers, Sam, Harry, Abe, and Alan, made their home. They owned Seagram's Distillery and had just created Crown Royal whiskey in honor of the royal visit of King George VI and Queen Elizabeth to Canada in the summer of 1939. Outremont, the other mountain, was home to the Jewish lower middle class. Contiguous with the Main, it was the second neighborhood of mass Jewish settlement. The four Roskies brothers, Shia, Isaac, Enoch, and Leo, naturally chose to settle in Westmount and lived close to one another. But for my mother, married to the fourth and youngest, this was too close for comfort. She didn't get along with her sisters-in-law and found a brilliant pretext to move as far away from them as possible. As some of you heard from my sister in yesterday's screening, Mother was outraged that her sacred Vilna hymn had been put to frivolous use at a wedding she attended in the upscale Shara Shamayim synagogue in Westmount. So that was the excuse for leaving Westmount and moving elsewhere. Housing was also much cheaper on the other side, and the family was growing. The two European-born children were augmented after a few miscarriages by my sister Eva, born in 1942. By then, moreover, the news from Europe was terrible, especially if you read the Yiddish press. My parents' move crosstown and downtown to Outremont was a way of reconsecrating their lives to the Yiddish secular culture that had brought them together in the first place as students here in Vilna, to replicate the highbrow Yiddish cultural life that they had enjoyed as young adults in Vilna and later in Chernovitz, and to provide their children with a well-rounded Yiddish-based education. In Outremont and in the old immigrant corridor along the Main, it was possible to imagine that Vilna could be transplanted onto Canadian soil, lock, stock, and barrel. Chapter 2, the city as a Star of David. And that's your handout, or you can see it on the screen, the Star of David. My birth in 1948 coincided with two momentous events. The establishment of the State of Israel was living proof that the Jewish people would live another day, from now on as a sovereign state. My cohort was born under the blue star of national rebirth. There were 64,000 Jews in Montreal when my parents arrived, but the Jewish population had hardly grown at all since 1931, when Canada put a halt to the mass immigration. In 1948, the Canadian government rescinded the draconian immigration policy against admitting Jewish refugees, called DPs, and the floodgate was finally opened. Montreal became their first port of entry, and among the survivors were a goodly number of Vilna landslides. So if the historian Shimon Dubnov was right, that a new and vital center of Jewish communal life always arose when the old center was destroyed, and if Vilna represented the best of Litvak Jewry, then Montreal in the 1940s provided the laboratory conditions for a complete Jewish polysystem to be created or recreated. And the Star of David is my attempt at a polysystem. So this is what it's about. Yiddish became the lingua franca of our home, not Polish as in Krosna and not German as in Chernovitz. To be sure, the children spoke English among themselves, and parents reverted to Russian or Polish when they didn't want us to understand. But the most honored guests to our home were members of the Yiddish intelligentsia, the veteran Yiddish poet Yud Siegel, who had arrived in Montreal in 1911 at the age of 15, and the two newcomers, Chayele Grober and Melech Ravitch. Mother credited Siegel with convincing her to turn our home into a Yiddish literary salon. I was too young to remember its modest beginnings when we lived in an attached duplex in the lower middle class part of Utruma, but I have vivid memories of the soirees she organized after we moved to a 13-room red brick house in the upper middle class part of Utruma, at the foot of the mountain. Both Grober and Ravitch became permanent fixtures in our home. Grober's full-size portrait, painted by Gita Kaiserman, hung over the piano, next to which on a pedestal stood a bronze bust of Ravitch, sculpted by Bezalel Malchi. In 1941, Chayele Grober, a founding member of the Moscow Habima, established YITEG, the Yiddish Theater Society, and Mother must have attended the premiere production of Peretz's Between Two Mountains, because YITEG became her first extracurricular activity. The eminent Yiddish modernist poet Melech Ravitch had just returned from his world travels. At his last stop in Australia, he had tried to establish a Yiddish-speaking autonomous region in the Kimberley province. Making Montreal his final destination in 1940, Ravitch soon inherited Siegel's mantle as the most prominent Yiddish literary figure in Montreal, if not in all of Canada. Small as Mother's literary salon was, in other words, it already exemplified several key facets of this new Jewish culture aborning. One, Montreal by the 1940s was no longer a provincial outpost, a place of last resort, but was rapidly becoming a magnet for creative forces from far and wide. Second, writers, actors, and artists were visible and active parts of our community. Painters and sculptors routinely chose members of the Yiddish cultural elite as their subjects. Even while pursuing their individual talents, the new crop of Montreal Jewish artists contributed enthusiastically to the greater communal project. Third, there were no literary dynasties in Montreal. There were no Reisens, as in Vilna, no Zeitlins, as in Warsaw, but even so, the apple fell not far from the tree. Thus, the Canadian-born painter Gita Kaiserman was the daughter of H.M. Kaiserman, a larger-than-life cultural activist and public figure. Romanian-born and completely self-taught, Kaiserman Sr. became a convert to Yiddishism, a prominent labor Zionist and an architect of the Canadian Jewish Congress. Someday, Masha Roski's children would also follow in her footsteps, each in their own way. Fourth, private and public spheres were constantly interfacing. Each point on the Jewish compass was related to every other point. Mother's literary salon was actually a subset, an outpost of something much larger. The focal point of Jewish cultural activity was the Jewish Public Library, die Jiddische Volksbibliothek. Montreal's most distinctive Jewish cultural institution, it was founded in 1914 to serve both as a library and Volksuniversität, a people's university. No Jewish luminary, from Sholem Aleichem to Saul Bellow, ever came to town without making a public appearance there before an avid and appreciative audience. And since 1951, thanks to the indefatigable Chaim Ostrager, a furrier by trade, every single one of these events was recorded on a Wollensack reel-to-reel tape recorder. On Saturday afternoons, Ostrager also initiated a recorded concert series at a time when most of the library clientele did not yet own their own phonographs, let alone record collections. Through music, books, and lectures in Yiddish, Hebrew, and English, and later in French, the library did serve as a kind of people's university, for the people, by the people. What's more, it was already using the new technology. French Canada, unlike Tsarist Russia and interwar Poland, was a multicultural, open society. In order to protect the rights of the French-speaking population, there were two parallel educational systems, one for English Protestants and another for French Catholics. In the 1920s, the downtown Jews mobilized across the ideological spectrum to establish a separate Jewish school board, but this was finally torpedoed by a small group of uptown Jews. Undeterred, the labor Zionists established the first fully accredited Yiddish Hebrew day school in North America, the Jewish People's School, the Volksschule, from which I and my 3 older siblings graduated. The Jewish day school is where everything came together: Jewish and general subjects, Yiddish and Hebrew, English and French, Geschichte, the Jewish historical experience, and Literatur, the Jewish literary imagination. Everything came together because a teacher called a Lehrer was an honorific title, and a Lehrer could also be a poet, scholar, essayist, or a translator from Hebrew Aramaic, from English, even from classical Greek. Some of our Lehrers were just as prominent as the celebrity authors from far and wide whose books were feted by my mother's soirees. Everything came together because in Montreal, as in Mother's stories about Vilna, all the world was a Yiddish stage. One of Mother's most vivid childhood memories was of singing in Slep's choir at a benefit concert held in a public garden during the German occupation in the First World War, probably not far from here. It was the first time she heard Yiddish sung in public, and she was lucky enough to be one of the singers. I knew that feeling because in 7th grade I graduated from playing in a school production of Sholem Aleichem to playing Shloimele in Dora Wasserman's production of Kiddush Hashem. So if we can lower this down to the first photograph, and it's on your handout, those of you who have a handout in front of you. Yes, thank you. So Kiddush Hashem was the first major production of the recently renamed Yiddish Repertory Theater Group, founded in 1957, under the auspices of the Alumni Association of the Volksschule. So, here I am, performing Jewish, on the same stage I'd been performing on since 5th grade, only this time in front of a discerning adult audience, among whose members are French-Canadian theatergoers, and Israel Rabinovich, the editor-in-chief of the Canada Odler, who will give me a rave review. By now, playing a child of the shtetl is something that comes naturally to me, although I have never worn such old country boots before, or arbakanfas, the fringed undergarment worn by Orthodox men. Here I am performing Yiddish with my Canadian accent, something it will take me another 8 years to overcome. Here I am performing Young Love on stage with a classmate of mine, to whom I am actually very attracted, as she is to me. Doing Yiddish theater in full view of the public is a kosher way of channeling my raging hormones. This will ensure that I remain within the fold, no matter what. So the 6 points on the compass of my Jewish experience were connected, as in a Star of David. The home, school, and street seemed to flow seamlessly into one another, transcending social and ideological differences. Together they reinforced a profound sense of belonging. The languages in which I could speak as a Jew, the secular and religious forms I could adopt in which to live as a Jew, and the public spheres in which I could perform as a Jew were dynamic and centrifugal. Their boundaries were large enough to embrace Jewish peoplehood and civilization. And best of all, my name was David. Chapter 4, a home library. Like Mother's memory bank, my parents' capacious library was arrested in time. When they made their escape from Europe via Bucharest, Athens, the Straits of Gibraltar, and Lisbon, They left their whole library behind. Fortunately, in our new home on the hill, there was ample room to shelve the rapidly growing number of books in Yiddish, English, and a few in Hebrew. Every few years, Eva and I would reshelf and reorder them, from which Eva went on to become a professional librarian, who eventually established the children's division at the Jewish Public Library, going on to serve as the executive director of the library for a total of 28 years. The points on the Star of Eva were also firmly connected. Our Yiddish library, acquired from 1940 onward, came from all over the world: the United States, Mexico, Argentina, Australia, South Africa, Poland, Israel, and Canada. Most of the art books came from France. The Yiddish books published in Montreal were easily distinguishable because they had a similar binding and typeface, probably because they were printed by the same press that put out the Keneder Odler. A fair number of them, Eva and I were proud to discover, mentioned my parents' names on the acknowledgement page, especially the poetry books by Melech Ravitch and his multi-volumed Mein Lexikon, a biographical dictionary of the hundreds of Yiddish and Hebrew writers whom he had known personally. One category of books published in Montreal, Eva segregated in a separate shelf instead of placing them in alphabetical order according to the author. They were bilingual editions of works from our classical tradition. First came Simcha Pietrushka's 6-volume edition of the Mishnah, with the laconic Hebrew text on top and the Yiddish translation and copious commentary on the bottom. Montreal, 1945 to 1949. Then came Shimshon Dunsky's 4-volume edition of Midrash Rabbah of the 5 Megillot, Montreal, 1956 to 73, with the Hebrew Aramaic source on the right and the Yiddish translation on the left. What were these? Bicher or Sforim? At school, we learned to distinguish between a sefer and a book, a buch. A sefer was a sacred tome, written in Hebrew Aramaic. A buch, from the German, was a secular book, written in Yiddish, or modern Hebrew. Could a classical work, translated into Yiddish and annotated by a secular Jew, qualify as a sefer? More radically, could a book of secular Yiddish verse qualify as a sefer? Our two leading poets, Yud Siegel and Melech Ravitch, believed that it could. Siegel called his huge volume of lyric and narrative verse Sefer Yiddish. And Ravitch named his own retrospective volume Die Lieder von meine Lieder, after the Song of Songs. Later, I would find the term mitheilig, co-sanctified, in Max Weinreich's History of the Yiddish Language, which precisely fit the bill. Today, I have my own inscribed set of Dunsky's Midrash Rabbah, because shortly after my bar mitzvah, my father hired him to tutor me in Talmud, a subject that was not taught in the Volksschule, where Dunsky served as the vice principal. Every Saturday morning for 5 years, I studied Talmud in Yiddish with Lehrer Dunsky in his home. He became my pedagogue and surrogate Zayde. He is the reason I urge my students to call me Lehrer Roskis. Another anomalous set that Eva decided to shelve alongside Pietrushka and Dunsky was Pietrushka's 2-volume Jiddische Volksencyclopädie. We owned the second edition, published in 1949. According to the Verso, the first had come out in 1943, which means just 3 years after Pietrushka started his life all over again in Montreal. Obviously, like the Mishnah, it had been many years in the making. By Volksencyclopädie, Pietrushka meant something much more focused and programmatic than a popular Jewish encyclopedia written in Yiddish. He meant to advance a new concept of the Volkencyclopädie. Pietrushka didn't distinguish between the big tradition, what's written in Sforim, the halacha, the province of men, and the little tradition, which is Jewish popular culture, which belonged mostly to women and children. His project was utopian. He wanted to restore the broken synapses wrought by secularization, urbanization, and mass immigration. He wanted to turn Yiddish into the highest common denominator, unifying all of Ashkenazic Jewry throughout the world, starting in the New World. Deep knowledge of their master narratives, calendar, customs, liturgy, folk beliefs was, he believed, the surest way to unify and restore a people that was in the process of being annihilated. The Yiddish books in my parents' library provided me with the key that helped me to make sense of the map. These were the hidden vectors that ran between all 6 points of the Star of David. The schools, publications, libraries, and political movements, foremost among them the labor Zionists, that helped maintain the historical link between Hebrew and Yiddish. This was what was working behind the scene. The spiritual, educational, and artistic cadres that worked to restore the synapses, linking the religious civilization of old with the new secular culture. And finally, the cultural activists, called Klal Tuers, the intellectuals and the lehrers who reimagined the Jews as a folk. Surely that was why they inscribed the word folk into the Yiddish names of the Jewish Public Library, the Jewish People's University, and the Jewish People's School. It was the folk that needed to be restored. Without an ongoing dialogue between our two great Jewish languages, without open borders between the religious and secular realms, and without a talking, singing, laughing, praying, preaching, teaching, performing, protesting, and blaspheming folk, there could be no Jews, no city of Jews, worthy of calling itself Vilna de Canada. Chapter 5, the one in the middle. As I crossed the bridge of memory back and forth, from Montreal to Vilna and back again, I tried to find some visual support that would bring it all together, beyond my mother's solipsism and stories, beyond my lived experience, and beyond the books in my parents' library. So the first thing I did was to create this 6-point star, made up of 2 interlocking triangles, so that each point was connected to every other point. And then I dug up my favorite photograph from the scrapbook of my turbulent adolescence. Now, in conclusion, I would like to share with you 2 archival photographs that are both iconic in different and complementary ways. One depicts 3 prominent Jewish men, and the other 3 prominent Jewish women. One was taken in Montreal before the Great Catastrophe, and the other was taken in its aftermath. In both, there is someone in the middle holding the other 2 individuals together and apart. So let's see where they take us. The 3 men in the first photograph are obviously men of letters because each has a book or notebook in front of him. These books are just as obviously props chosen by the photographer, probably, as we shall see, because it was taken inside a library. By the looks of him, the patriarchal figure with the flowing white beard and white clerical yarmulke is an important rabbinic figure. So the open book in front of him ought to be a sefer. Not so the closed books in front of the 2 other men who flank him. One is a bareheaded maskil with a nicely trimmed beard, and the other is a man about town sporting a mustache. The 2 bearded men stare straight into the camera, while the third, seems lost in thought. All in all, their pose suggests a level of comfort. They feel quite at home here because 2 have their arms folded, and the third is holding on to the table. These 3 men belong here amidst the polished wooden furniture and bourgeois decor of a room that bespeaks self-confidence, stolidity, permanence. The who and when of this photograph are closely bound up with the where. This plush interior was chosen because it was meant to conjure up the building's sumptuous but invisible exterior, which then explains why this picture was taken when. In 1930, the Jewish Public Library relocated to 4099 Esplanade a wealthier and more accessible street in what was still the heart of the Jewish neighborhood and just across from Fletcher's Field. A far cry from the earlier space on busy St. Urban Street, the new building had a majestic exterior staircase, balcony, past a luxurious tree, and a small gated courtyard out front. The boardroom, which is what I think this is, of the new library building, would be the ideal setting to welcome back the world-famous Zionist leader and Hebrew Yiddish man of letters, Reuven Breinen. Breinen was no stranger to Montreal, where he had spent 4 tumultuous years as the editor-in-chief of the Canada Rodler, followed by a short stint as the editor of his own short-lived rival Yiddish Daily. In between, he had co-founded the Jewish Public Library. Breinen appears in the photo as someone who still has some fight left in him, although he seems to be holding on to the table for dear life. So if the occasion for this photo op was Breinen's visit to Montreal to inaugurate the new library building, and combining business and pleasure to visit with his siblings and children who never left town, the other 2 pieces in the puzzle fall into place. Among those chosen to greet him were Rabbi Tzvi Hirsch HaKohen and Mordechai Ginsburg. Cohen was the Rav HaKolel, the recognized rabbinic authority of Montreal at the time. A longtime resident of Canada, the day tells you that he arrived in 1889 as a very young man. He was the face of Torah Judaism. Rounding out the threesome was the energetic newcomer. Ginsburg had just immigrated to Canada to join the staff of the Canada Rodler. He and Breinen represented the 2 generations of secular Jewish culture, while HaKohen represented the classical rabbinic heritage. This photo has achieved iconic significance because it brought Breinen, Ginsburg, and HaKohen together at the same table, probably for the first and only time in their lives. It underscored what these men had in common. All 3 were Litvaks. They projected what I would call brooding Litvak masculinity. All 3, moreover, were Zionists. 2 were secular Zionists, and the man in the middle was a leading member of the Mizrahi, the religious Zionist movement. He rounded out the Jewish national presence. What brought them together finally, and what made it imperative that they end up sitting at the same table, were the books that lay in front of them. It didn't matter what language they were in, so long as it was either in one of the 2 official languages of the Jewish national revival, Hebrew or Yiddish, preferably both. It didn't matter whether it was a sefer or a buch, so long as there was a rabbinic presence to mediate and validate. Montreal was a city that treasured both and everything in between. Thank you. The 3 women posing to have their picture taken in front of a building could not be more different. There's only scaffolding in the background, so the building under renovation isn't anything special. It's early fall, and they're wearing scarves, as much a fashion statement as protection against the cold. Too bad that the picture is in black and white. There's a smile on their faces. One woman smiles broadly, the other 2 smile along. This is worth noting because European-born subjects did not automatically break into a smile when facing the camera. So the first question to ask is why they are smiling in the first place. And the answer may lie in their personal timelines, which I looked up on the internet. According to the middle dates, which give the year of their immigration to the New World, it is highly probable that the 3 of them are meeting here for the first time. We know that the photograph could not have been taken before the early 1950s because the woman on the right is Rachel Korn, who only arrived in Montreal in 1949. She is the newcomer, like Mordechai Ginsburg in the first photo. Korn and Molodowski probably knew each other in Poland and certainly knew of each other. If they haven't met since before the war, actually since Molodowski immigrated to the United States in 1935, then their reunion is surely another reason to be smiling. But as always, it's the person in the middle who holds the key. She is the native. She's the old-timer. She arrived in Montreal as a 15-year-old. She always lived modestly and kept a low profile, maintaining a Yiddish literary salon, whose main goal was to offer other Yiddish writers moral support. Frankly, we wouldn't recognize her at all if it were not for the website of the Jewish Women's Archive where this photo appears. Ida Maze is the one holding the other two women close or holding them together. What else is holding them together? All three are Yiddish poets, totally dedicated to their craft. All three have made the inner lives of women a subject of their verse. And two of them, Maze and Molodowski, have written memorable poems for children. All three have dedicated their muse to the destitute, the marginal, the abandoned, who lived next door, whether on the streets of Warsaw and Montreal or in a Galician village. Maze and Molodowski also happen to be Litvaks. Their Yiddish is different from Rochel Korn's, born in the Galician outback. What bound these women together were these restorative ideals. That Yiddish poets continue to be the voices of their community. That as women poets, they remain free to give voice to their love of nature, of their children, of the men in their lives, and of course of their language. It is their language and culture that are being threatened most, now that the Yiddish heartland has been utterly destroyed, and 7 decades of acculturation have taken their toll. Montreal, therefore, is a congenial place for them to meet. In Montreal, children were still being taught to read in their national languages. In Montreal, the wounds were still so raw that every Yiddish poem, even for children, was tinged with national lamentation. In Montreal, the veteran Yiddish poet could link arms with her 2 Polish sisters on the street. In Montreal, Yiddish was still the strongest bridge over the abyss of time. When is a city more than a city? When it is linked in space and time to more than one city, one on this earth and one sublime. I grew up in such a city, which I and other time travelers like me called Vilna de Canada. In my day, there was an invisible bridge that led from Montreal to Vilna, which was now a city from the recent severed past. We couldn't go back there again. But from Vilna, arrested in time, there was yet another invisible bridge that led to Jerusalem, a city from the ancient, mythic past that existed outside of time. And that is how, dear colleagues and friends, my tale of 2 cities became a tale of 3. Thank you for joining me on this journey.
Thank you so much, Professor Roskis. This was really impressive and very moving. Thank you so much. Now, I think we have to, yes, of course. Thank you for the reminder. We have a congratulations, appreciation letter from the Lithuanian Science Academy. So I think now we have to decide if we proceed further on or we have a short coffee break. The coffee is ready. I also would like to ask our colleagues which are on Zoom if Avner Holzmann is here. I don't think he's present. Okay, so we have some time for a short break. Would you suggest 10 minutes? Okay, so we'll now make a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 20 past 1 p.m. Yeah. 15, okay. Then 15. Thank you so much.
וגם לי. את יודעת מה זה? גם מותק וגם לי.
אתה בזום?
רגע נתתי להפסקה, אולי נעלה באמת נוכל למעלה.
מה זה, אימא?
מה? כן, אתם זוכרים. תודה איש, תודה, בדיוק יצאו להפסקה נוספת. תודה, אבל אני בדיוק יצאו להפסקה נוספת, אז אני עולה. שלך עושה הרבה רעש. מה? המרחב שלך. לא הייתי פה בכלל. אני יודע, היה איזה רעש קונסטנט. לא משנה, בסדר. אני אשתיק את המיקרופון, אני בכלל לא יודע איך הוא נפתח בכלל, היה על מיוט.
המצלמה שלי לא עובדת, למה?
Hello, we are going to start in a few minutes.
Yes, just a minute.
Yes, are you here?
I am here, but my camera is not working. Okay. Is it working now? No.
No, we can hear you, but we do not see an image.
Control, Shift, and
תבדקי אם לא כיסית אותו בטעות עם ה... יש שם את הידית הקטנה הזאת למעלה, המחסה. אולי כיסית אותו לזרק אותה.
מה? אני לא יודעת למה היא לא עובדת, היא עבדה אתמול.
אני רואה דולק איתה.
רגע, ויש ראש נוראי.
הנורה קטנה למעלה, דולקת.
עוד פעם, מה לעשות? קונטרול, שיפט.
שאלתי, הנורה קטנה למעלה, בראש הלב שלך, דולקת, את עם לב?
בני, אני מתקשרת לצביה בטלפון.
אוקיי.
לא, אני בפנים, אבל המצלמה לא עובדת.
בני, החדר שלך משמיע רעשים ברגע שאתה פותח את המיקרופון. וצביה, באיזה תוכנה את משתמשת? אם את משתמשת בתוכנה או ברשת? בקישור רשת או באפליקציה?
אתמול השתמשתי באפליקציה, היום נכנסתי דרך הרשת. לשנות את זה?
דרך הרשת קשה לי להגיד, דרך האפליקציה הייתי יכול לתת לך עצה מיד איך לבדוק. בצד ימין למעלה צריך להיות קאמרה ואת יכולה ללחוץ עליה.
יש לי קאמרה, אבל כשאני לוחצת זה לא עובד.
אני לא יכול לעזור, אבל...
ואני אכנס אחרת.
בזיגר.
Can we start?
So Svia is trying to connect with another way, so we can see her.
She's trying.
Here she.
Okay, so we'll wait another.
Yeah, just maybe 1 more minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. And how do you share my how do I share my text? Share.
Yes, Tzvia, we can now hear and see you. Everything is...
Okay, but I'm trying to share my text.
Everything seems quite okay.
Yes, but not the text. I need my text. Okay, there we go. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see you. Not the slides, yeah?
But can you see the text?
No, not yet.
Okay, so try again. Share. I do share, and when I do share, and I open the text, it shows only the text, not me. Let's try again. Shared content. Control, Shift, and the E. you see me now? No.
No, not yet.
Via, if you want, you can send me the text and I will share it. This is Neta.
Now something is happening.
Now we see it.
What should I do, Neta?
If you want to send me the text, and I will share it for the rest.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, so I don't know if we shall wait another moment or can we start already?
Just a minute, please, okay? Maybe Moti would like to talk first and I will be after him because I seem to have a problem. Is it possible?
I don't know if Moti is here.
No, he's giving the final address.
Yes, he's giving the final address and I don't think
Oh, okay, so, okay.
I'm here.
יכול להעביר לנטע, לא?
I sent it to Neta. Neta, did you get it?
Not yet, but I see Moti is here if Moti wants to. No, I didn't get it yet. But if Moti wants to start,
So maybe Tzvia would have a lecture without the text.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Neta, did you get it?
no, I didn't.
What I said is that maybe Tzvia would read her presentation without having the PPT.
Maybe she could just speak without
Yeah.
text.
Yeah, so Tzvia, we suggest that you start speaking without the slides.
Now wait, but just a minute, Neta, did you get it?
I just got it. I'm putting it up now.
Okay. All set.
We can see it.
Yes, I think. We can see it too.
Okay.
יופי.
Okay, so I think we can start. I would like to introduce Tzvia Walden from the Ben Gurion University of Negev, research on psycholinguistics and language acquisition. And Tzvi is going to present a paper entitled From Kalman Shulman in Vilnius to Hebrew-speaking children in Israel, laying the foundations of modern Hebrew culture. Tzvi, the floor is yours. Yeah, just please turn on your microphone.
Okay. So I should admit that I had a very hard time following the conference because I live a few minutes from Sheba Hospital and there are families who come here to eat and drink and live here, so the house is full and children as well. However, I would like to thank you for inviting me to share it. And I do regret that Avner Holtzman is not speaking because he would have set the stage of the Haskalah movement and it would have been perfect for my talk. Shall we move on, Neta? Or may I move? Okay. So my research has been focusing on an extraordinary phenomena, the second life of a language that renews its native pan, its native mode, after a pause of 2,000 years. Our last testimony of Hebrew being spoken at home dates from the 2nd century through a lovely story quoted from the Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Megillah. It is about a servant in the home of Rabbi Yehuda Nasi who's using 4 common everyday life words like a broom and some other words, and the sages who come to visit Rabbi Yehuda Nasi do not seem to understand and do not seem to recognize these words. It is assumed hence that at the home of Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, Hebrew was still spoken, which is why the servant would know these words, but outside, Aramaic was gaining already, and it was all over. So we imagine that this is more or less the time where Hebrew switched between Hebrew to Aramaic. However, text continued to be written in Hebrew. Prayers continue to be conducted in Hebrew. So linguists are divided as to whether we should talk about the Renaissance, the revival, the rebirth, the restoration, the renewal, and even the emergence of contemporary modern Hebrew. Each term applies, of course, a different narrative of the evolving Hebrew. I once heard Amos Oz talking about Hebrew as being a princess that was up in a tower, sleeping for 2,000 years, and then came the Zionist, touched her leg, and she awakened, which is a lovely, lovely metaphor, but this is not what happened. Hebrew had a life of its own in writing, in discussions, in debates. But the one thing it didn't have is an existence as a mother tongue. So actually, the most amazing phenomena is not only the revival of Hebrew because it is not a real revival, but because it is becoming again a native language. Just for the sake of those who are not very familiar with Hebrew, it is the language in which the Bible was written, and the Bible is a bestseller, As of the year 2022, it has been translated into more than 700 languages in its full version, and smaller portions of the Bibles have been translated into 1,248 other languages. So actually, it's a well-translated all over the world text. Yet, spoken Hebrew today is only used by 10 million citizens in the world, out of which, by the way, a fifth is the Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel. In the overriding myth concerning the revival of modern Hebrew and its becoming again a native language, the heroes, say the protagonists, are Eliezer ben Yehuda and his firstborn son Itamar, known as the first Hebrew child. I should tell you that the biographies of the Ben Yehuda families were mostly written by the second wife of Eliezer ben Yehuda. I think every man should wish to have a wife like her, because she developed the myth, she supported it, she wrote it, she documented it, and it is actually a series of books, most of which are driven from two sources. And the two sources are Ben Yehuda's writing and his son Itamar. There is no doubt, of course, that Ben Yehuda, a passionate journalist and lexicographer, played a major role in that movement. Yet, it is important to mention the essential contribution held by kindergarten teacher in that process, more specifically 16 young women who created the first network of Hebrew-speaking kindergartens in Palestine since 1898. This is a book that I wrote together with another researcher. She was historian, not a psycholinguist like me. And Neta, if you push it up, you'll see the translation of the title in English. Push the page further down so that they can see the translation. And the translation is from kindergarten, not from birth. The contribution of Hebrew kindergarten and its teachers to renewal of Hebrew as a mother tongue. And usually a mother tongue is a language that's spoken at home, so children would acquire their native language from home. In the unusual case of the revival of Hebrew as a mother tongue in Palestine, who actually brought Hebrew to be again a mother tongue was not the families, it was the kindergarten teachers. And it is amazing to see what kind of network they created. They helped each other, they assisted each other, and in a very short while, they created a network that was all over Palestine, first in Jaffa, then in Tel Aviv, then in Jerusalem, then in Rehovot, going all over in Israel, in which each of them supervised the other and helped the other. However, the kindergarten teachers had no background in Jewish text, in Jewish sources. So they needed help from people who did have such an education. And in most cases, when we studied their biographies, we found out that each of the first kindergarten teacher, young woman, created a special, a couple, not in a romantic sense, but working couple, with a maskil or someone from the Bilu movement who would complete the knowledge concerning the text and the language that continued the life in Iran during the 2,000 years where Hebrew was not a mother tongue. And I would like to draw a line between the kindergarten teachers I have studied back to three writers translators and educators. They were both writers, translators, and educators, originating from Vilnius, of course, all with a background of the Haskalah. And these three writers are as follows. The first one is Abraham Mapu. He was born in Kaunas, not in Vilnius, and he died in Königsberg, but he is known for having written the first Hebrew novel, fiction. It is called Ahavat Zion, Love of Zion. It was published in 1853, which means 50 years before even the first kindergarten in Israel was founded, was established. And I should mention that although Ahavat Zion was published in 1853, we know that he started working on it 30 years earlier, because it was a breakthrough, writing a novel in biblical Hebrew that we talk about love story. And we're not talking about the Song of Songs, and we're not talking about the small love stories that are 1 or 2 verses in the Bible. We're talking about a novel fully blown with descriptions and details. So he is the first one that I'm using as an anchor. He never left Lithuania. He lived all his life there. But his influence on the development of the Hebrew language and his innovative writing has made a breakthrough that, and Hebrew owes him a lot for that. The second person, the second writer, the second translator, he's quite well known, but not as well known, because although he was born in Lithuania, afterwards he moved to Ponivez, and he had a hard time, a hard life, a not very long life, and he's less known because he didn't live in Vilna and because he was not in the center of the intellectual Haskalah movement. He's known for having translated into Hebrew from German, and I insist, I call your attention, is that the 2 books that I'm referring to, one of them is the translation of Robinson Crusoe, originally written in English by Daniel Defoe, and the second one is the Mystère de Paris, originally written by Eugène Sue. Both of them were written in English and in French, but were translated in Vilna in Hebrew through a German text, which is interesting to see that actually those who are very eager to translate into modern Hebrew the text did not take the the venue of using the original language, but rather used German as the venue for the translation. Why is Daniel Defoe book so well known in the history of the revival of the Hebrew language? Because there is a beautiful story that Ben Yehuda testifies, is that he was living in the yeshiva, and his Rabbi Bloker, who was attracted to the Haskalah movement, actually did something which was against the yeshiva principle, of course, and against the Orthodox movement, and showed him a book in Hebrew. This book was the translation of Robinson Crusoe. It is not called by the same name because the translator chose to quote from Ben Sira rather than to translate literally the name. It is called Kur Ori. And it has become known because Ben Yehuda testified that after having read this text, he became convinced that Hebrew could become a vernacular language and Hebrew must be spoken. But he made the relationship between Hebrew and Palestine, which the other Haskalah people did not necessarily make. Karen Dubnov, who studied Neta, go back please. Karen Dubnov from the Israeli Academy of Hebrew Language studied this translation, the first 5 chapters, and she believes, or she attributes, the innovation of this translation to the quantity of names of instruments used in everyday life that Robinson Crusoe reports, that he mentions. But I'm not so sure this is an innovation, because already we have lots of instruments and containers that are mentioned in the Mishnah. And the innovation in vocabulary is only a part of innovation. The most important innovation is in the syntax, not only in vocabulary. So let's move to the third translator, Kalman Schulman, a most unusual person. Meta, can you push it? He was born in Bihov and passed away in Vilnius. And he is known for having translated into Hebrew, again from German, Le Mystère de Paris by Eugène Sue. This is an interesting case because Le Mystère de Paris was not a book. It was a feuilleton, meaning it was every day the new chapter. Actually, from June 1842 to October 1843, every day there was a part of Mystère de Paris that was published. So it's not a real book, it was like a daily kind of, today it would be on television, and it talks about the underworld of Paris. I mean, there is nothing so strange and so different to the spirit of the Bible, and to use biblical Hebrew in order to translate such a thing is very courageous, and as a matter of fact, provoked strong reactions in the community. And Kalman Schulman was attacked for daring to do such a thing, maybe to translate a daily story about the underworld of Paris using biblical Hebrew. And it's an interesting question. Why did he pick up this specific text? And note again that he was not translating it from French, but rather from German. But it was a very popular, maybe he was looking for a very popular text, or he considered himself the courage it took to dare and use biblical Hebrew for translating a book that talks about the underworld of Paris in the midst of the 19th century. I should tell you that many of the places he mentions still exist, and you could still walk with this book in Paris nowadays and recognize them. However, this to me is an innovation because it is actually a creation of a register. It's a creation of a slang using conversational direct speech to form an everyday vivid language. Hence, enriching the language through the creation of a spoken register, for me, is a way of laying the foundation for a future creative Hebrew culture fully bloom. I mean, dare and use biblical language to describe the underworld in Paris, to me, is a breakthrough. And to me, this is what actually let the future teachers in kindergarten in Israel to dare and use Hebrew in their everyday life, although the children were not speaking Hebrew at home, and most of the families did not know Hebrew, or definitely didn't speak any Hebrew. So I tend to compare the choice of Kalman Schulman, the daring choice of Kalman Schulman to use biblical Hebrew for that translation, with the courage and the spirit of these very young women, 16 young women, to create a network of kindergartens that did not exist, that had no other foundation, that they had to start from nothing. So, of course, everybody likes to talk about Ben Yehuda and his son and the first Hebrew child, but I consider to be the first Hebrew children, the children who went to this kindergarten, and the children whose kindergarten teachers understood that they had to keep a tie with Hebrew written in a prayer, in philosophy, a language that was vivid and handled on a life of itself, to let it become again a mother tongue, which is a phenomenon that has nothing of its kind all over the world. So for me, this is the comparison between daring to use biblical Hebrew by a maskil in Vilna and daring to create a network of kindergarten children in Israel, Hebrew-speaking kindergarten in Israel. Here we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Yeah. And now we are right on time to start our last presentation, the final lecture, which will be delivered by Professor Moti Zalkin from the Ben Gurion University of Negev. Professor Zalkin is a researcher of the history of Lithuanian Jews, and I think his lecture will, in a sense, sum up our presentations and discussions in this conference. Professor Zalkin is going to speak about the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry, reflections and thoughts.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to, okay, this one, just a minute. Okay.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see the slides.
Okay. Dear Chairman, colleagues and friends, Lavaniana, good afternoon. With your permission, I will start with two preliminary comments. First, I would like to thank the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences for organizing this conference. Academic cooperation between Lithuania and Israel in various fields is not a new phenomenon, of course, and began already in the early 90s of the previous century. One of the main issues which was given preference in this cooperation was the history of Lithuanian Jewry. as evident in the large number of academic studies that have been published since then. However, despite the cooperation of Israeli historians with local institutions, such as the Lithuanian State Historical Archive, local archives in various towns in Lithuania, Kaunas, Šiauliai, Kėdainiai, as well as the Lithuanian Historical Institute, the National Library of Lithuania, and several local universities, Vilnius University, Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas, and VGTU. This cooperation usually took place on a personal basis. In this context, I would like to mention, among many others, Professor Darius Talunas, Professor Vladas Sirutavicius, Professor Saulius Kabris, and Dr. Egle Bazaraite, which unfortunately do not participate in this conference, that without their constant cooperation with Israeli historians, the research of the history of the Litvaks would have been almost impossible. I hope that the honorable patronage of the Academy of Sciences in both countries will contribute to the expansion of this cooperation. The second comment is of a personal nature. Upon receiving the invitation to take part in this conference, my first thought was that it presented an excellent opportunity for me, as a historian who has dedicated over 30 years of research to the history of Lithuanian Jewry, together with some of the leading researchers of the Jewish Lithuanian intellectual heritage, such as Professor Emanuel Etkes and Professor Shaul Stamper of the Hebrew University, to present a broad and comprehensive overview of the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry. Regrettably, it appears that the organizers had different considerations. And now to my lecture. The prevailing perception of the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry, both in the popular and in the academic discourse, centers mostly around the scholarly/cultural heritage of the Vilna Gaon. For example, in a booklet, a guide to the outdoor statues and sculptures of Vilnius, quite new one, the Gaon intellectual's legacy is depicted as, and I quote, one of the most significant contributions to the history of Judaism in the last 1,000 years, end of quote. It goes without saying, of course, that this is a baseless exaggeration, to say the least. As a seemingly natural outcome of this approach, the world of Lithuanian Torah study and the world of Lithuanian yeshivas that accompanied it are considered as the ultimate and most significant expression of the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry. This trend appeared mainly after the Holocaust as part of the Jewish traditional concept of Torah study as the most essential element of Jewish life that guarantees the continuity of Jewish people even in times of catastrophic crisis. Likewise, this concept was promoted, among others, by members of the Orthodox rabbinical world, reflecting their struggle to reconcile religious doubts arising in the view of the terrible destruction of European Jewry during the Holocaust. However, there are two fundamental issues with this concept. The first pertains to attributing the heritage of an entire community to a single individual. Yet, because of his image in the Jewish ultra-Orthodox discourse as someone who, due to his greatness, cannot be examined by acceptable criteria, they completely ignore the question whether he was indeed the founding father of the Lithuanian method of Torah learning, or, in fact, he himself was a product of a scholarly intellectual tradition that prevailed in this area since the end of the Middle Ages. Another question is whether his approach to Torah study can indeed be considered as a legacy. What I mean is that whether and to what extent his intellectual and religious views were accepted and internalized by the Ashkenazi Jewish society in general and by the Lithuanian Jewish society in particular. The second issue with the above-mentioned concept is associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva world. It is crucial to remember that contrary to the historical portrayal often presented by contemporary ultra-Orthodox circles, this was a distinct group that constituted a relatively small percentage of the traditional Lithuanian Jewish society. According to established estimates, at its peak, the circles of Torah scholars in Lithuania included no more than a few thousand rabbis and students, representing a modest portion of the overall society. And as you can see in the slide, this is a group of yeshiva students from Panevėžys, or as in Israel we call them Panevėž. They don't look as yeshiva students today, but this is a typical yeshiva class of those times. In essence, this perspective assumes that the intellectual heritage of the Lithuanian Jewish society was exclusive to this group and to them alone. Furthermore, concerning the extent of influence these circles had on the broader local Jewish society, historical research indicates that they formed a relatively closed and self-perceived elite group. Their attitude towards the common Jew ranged from indifference to disdain. A byproduct of the two issues I have outlined is the assumption that the Lithuanian yeshivas played a central role in implementing the Gaon's legacy. However, this argument hasn't been thoroughly examined or conclusively proven, at least to the best of my knowledge. While the founders of the first yeshiva, particularly Rabbi Chaim Volozhin, considered themselves students of the Gaon, it remains unclear whether his scholastic and spiritual concepts, including his keen interest in the Jerusalem Talmud, in Jewish mysticism, and acquiring fundamental knowledge of sciences for understanding and interpreting various issues discussed in halachic literature, as we heard from Professor Lubotsky, were dominant in the study halls of these yeshivas. And when viewed from the perspective of the yeshivas known today as Lithuanian yeshivas, or at least as they are known in Israel, the answer to these questions appear to be, at the very least, negative. In sum, the predominant focus on the Gaon's effect has hindered the exploration of other essential aspects of the intellectual life and heritage of Lithuanian Jewry. Consequently, we often observe a near complete disregard for other facets of Lithuanian Jewish intellectual life, and its contribution not only to the Jewish world, but also to broader Lithuanian society and humanity. Having said that, I would like to propose a new or other perspective for examining the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry, both in general and with particular focus on Vilnius and Kaunas Jewry. My argument posits that the most significant intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry is intellectualism itself, a multifaceted phenomenon that extends beyond, far beyond, the rabbinical and yeshiva world. To substantiate this claim, let's journey back in time to the early 19th century. These were the years when the initial steps of the Jewish Enlightenment took place in Lithuania, particularly in Vilnius. Vilnius stood as one of the pioneering and most influential centers of this emerging phenomenon across Jewish Eastern Europe, significantly shaping the modernization process of East European Jewry as a whole. In fact, already many years ago, I was preoccupied with the question, why in Vilnius? Why in Lithuania? My answer lies in the inherent rationalism and intellectualism deeply ingrained in the worldview of this society. These traits provided fertile ground for the implementation of the principles of the European Enlightenment, with rationalism and intellectualism serving as two of its fundamental tenets. Contrary to the perception of some of my colleagues, who view the Enlightenment as a phenomenon confined to a select group of philosophers, writers, doctors, and poets, as we have heard in this conference, one of the central findings from the study of the Lithuanian Jewish Enlightenment is that owing to the unique nature of this society, the Enlightenment here was a far-reaching phenomenon. It encompassed a broad spectrum of contemporary Jews, such as teachers, students, and others, just common people, many of whom we would not categorize as intellectuals in the modern sense of the term, but who said that intellectualism and enlightenment are synonyms. Moreover, it is evident that the number of individuals exposed to this worldview who internalized it and shaped their lives in accordance with the principles of the European Enlightenment far exceeded the number of rabbis and yeshiva students. Indeed, one of the most enduring legacies of the Jewish Enlightenment in this region was its educational system. Though regrettably did not discuss in depth in this conference, which commenced in its operation in the second decade of the 19th century, beginning with the establishment of the first modern Jewish school in Vilnius as early as 1812, and extending throughout the 19th century. This system included kindergartens, elementary schools, gymnasiums, vocational schools, catering for both girls and boys, as elucidated by scholars such as Saulus Kobris, Eliana Adler, and others. In this context, it is crucial to highlight the Tarbut education network. And for my Lithuanian colleagues, you can see up there, Kalbeke Baishkai. This is the Lithuanian translation of the title of this book. In this context, this organization, operating more than 200 modern schools, kindergartens, teacher training seminars, and libraries in Lithuania alone, many more than in Poland, left an indelible mark on the intellectual development of hundreds of thousands of Jewish students. Its influence extended not only throughout Lithuania, but also across Europe and even reached the land of Israel. Tarbut played a pivotal role in shaping the modern Jewish education and culture. And, as we learn from the research of scholars Benjamin Nathans and Alex Waldman on East European Jews in higher education, many graduates of the above-mentioned schools pursued academic education as well. Moreover, based on preliminary findings from my recent comprehensive research on the development of Jewish bourgeoisie in Lithuania from the mid-19th century until World War II, approximately 3,500 young Lithuanian Jewish men and women studied medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, and nursing at prestigious universities across Europe. And what you see in the slide, this is the staff of the Jewish hospital in Kaunas in the late 30s. And not all the staff are in the slide, so you can imagine the size. And there were other hospitals, Jewish hospitals, in Panevėžys and in Vilnius, but Vilnius was in Poland at those times, even though it was not a Polish city. But there were Jewish doctors and pharmacists and dentists all over Lithuania. Moreover, about 1,000 young Jewish men and women pursued engineering degrees, not to mention those who studied law, sciences, humanities, and social sciences. They pursued their education both at local universities and at institutions across Russia and Central and Western Europe. This remarkable drive for education helps elucidate the prominence of globally renowned Jewish scientists who either grew up and were educated in Lithuania or hailed from families of Lithuanian Jewish immigrants. These individuals not only embraced the profound significance of intellectualism, but also made significant contribution to their respective fields. Notable figures include the mathematician Hermann Minkowski, which you can see at the bottom left, right? And for those who don't know him, he was he taught Albert Einstein mathematics. His brother, physician and physiologist Oskar Minkowski, above him, renowned for his groundbreaking research on diabetes and the insulin, both grew up in Alexotas, a small suburb of Kaunas. The Nobel Prize-winning chemist Aaron Krug and the cardiologist Bernard Lown, which you can see here, credited with the development of the defibrillator, to mention but a few. Therefore, it is undeniable that the perception of the academic education as a central element in the cultural world of Lithuanian Jewish society deserves recognition as an integral part of the intellectual and cultural legacy of this Jewry. However, this heritage was by no means confined solely to the Jewish society. Those students who pursued their education in other countries and later returned to what they considered as their homeland, Lithuania, and here I want to add that after World War I, during World War I, quite many Jews of Lithuania were exiled to Russia, and after the war, surprisingly, so many of them returned to Lithuania. But during the war, many young men and women not only graduated high schools and gymnasiums in Russia and the Ukraine, but also studies in universities in St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kharkiv, Odessa, Yekaterinslav, and so on and so forth. So when they returned to Lithuania, mostly in 1921, they reshaped not only the cultural environment of the local Jewish society, but also played a fundamental role in the development of the Lithuanian healthcare. And what you see in this slide, this is the map of Central Kaunas. I'm sure that my Lithuanian colleagues are well aware of this area. At the main, in the middle is Laisvės Alėja, the main road. Each red point marks a clinic of a Jewish doctor, each one of them. And this, this is in around 1934, 1935. And you can see, the other points marks the Jewish theater, Jewish bank, Jewish hospital, and so on and so forth. I didn't add to this map Jewish dentists and Jewish pharmacists, because otherwise we couldn't see, the city at all. So this map presents in the best way the significance of the Jewish presence in the Lithuanian healthcare in the interwar period. For instance, those acquainted with the history of Kaunas in the early 20th century are aware of the city's unprecedented construction projects during the interwar years. Many of these projects have been designed in the international style, more commonly known as the modern style in Israel. Mistakenly, many of us called it the Bauhaus style, but now, and have even earned those buildings a place in the UNESCO's World Heritage List. What is lesser known, however, is that a significant number of these distinctive buildings, especially public ones, were designed and built by local Jewish architects, entrepreneurs, and constructors. Among the most renowned of them were the brothers David and Gedalia Ilgovsky, which I'm sure are known, well, maybe partially to some of my colleagues, obviously to any historian who is interested in the history of interwar Lithuania. The expansion and the modernization of New Kaunas, the area around the main boulevard, Laisvės Alėja, and new modern neighborhoods such as Žaliakalnis attracted numerous Jews, particularly those engaged in white-collar professions. In a short span of time, a new Jewish community emerged, characterized by a new cultural code, rooted in the lifestyle of the European bourgeoisie, which markedly differed from the prevailing norms in the traditional Jewish society, as you can see in those photos. For instance, at the bottom left, you see this guy with this hat. His name was Nehemiah Arbeitblatt, the most known artist in Kaunas in the interwar period. He was a sculptor and artist and so on and so forth. But you can see by the appearance of these Jews that this is a new and another community. This distinct cultural and intellectual environment was notably reflected in the institutions serving this community. Modern schools, gymnasiums, libraries, theaters, banks, hospitals, cafes, bookstores, and more. Regarding this unique cultural code, not only did many young men and women who grew up along Gleis Salea and its neighboring streets pursue university studies in distant countries like Germany, France, Switzerland, and Italy, but another noteworthy finding from the above-mentioned study reveals a significant delay in the age of marriage of both men and women, often postponed until after completing their internship. And I'm sure that, like many of you would agree with me, that if the average age of marriage in this society is in between 28 and 30, and this is quite remarkable phenomenon. The character of modern urban Jew, generally discussed within the context of either Central Europe or in the context of the development of large new urban centers, such as Warsaw or Odessa. It is also often explored in the context of the great Jewish immigration, particularly to America. The case of Kaunas, which I cannot delve into extensively due to time limit, uniquely illustrates this phenomenon, which was similarly prevalent in many other cities in Eastern Europe of comparable scale. This cultural transformation was not exclusive to Kaunas. It had a substantial impact on young Jews throughout Lithuania. Thus, it is safe to assert at this point, the cultural and intellectual heritage of Kaunas Jewry was in no way inferior, whether in terms of scope, content, or influence, to that of Vilnius Jewry. Another distinctive facet of Lithuanian Jewish cultural heritage pertains to the realm of printing and publishing. The functioning of both the yeshiva world and the above-mentioned educational system and modern libraries was largely dependent on the availability of books that yeshiva students, school and university students could study. Most of these books were supplied by various local printing houses. Among these, the Rome Family Printing and Publishing House stood out prominently. And what you can see here on the slide is not just, the different, for instance, this book which was just mentioned by Zvia, Mr. Paris, but also the Babylonian Talmud, and this is a book about, at the lower right for mathematics. At the bottom left, you see a photo which, I'm not sure, but this is considered the photo of Deborah Rome, the owner. But what is very significant is what you see the drawing in the middle. These are the plans which the Rome Printing House presented to the city of Vilnius in order to build a new publishing and building and printing house. This was presented in, if I'm not wrong, around 1870 as part of the preparation for the printing of the new Babylonian Talmud. Now this building stood before the war at the corner of Ligonine and Rudnitsky and Rudninku Gafes. Anyway, operating in Vilnius from the early 19th century until World War II, it was the largest and most significant of its kind in the entire Jewish world. And pay attention, Vilnius was never, from the Jewish perspective, was not Warsaw, was not Odessa, I'm talking about scale, was not even Riga. But still, in Vilnius operated the biggest and most influential Jewish printing house all over the world. Here, too, I must limit my elaboration due to time constraints, but I would like to emphasize that one of the key findings from my research on this institution is the pivotal role played by Deborah Rome, also known as the widow. She more than any other individual Jew, was responsible for the shaping of the modern Jewish bookcase. And this is, everybody who knows something about Rome always think about the Babylonian Talmud. But during this research, we constructed a new catalog of the books which were published by the Rome printing house. And I must tell you that the Babylonian Talmud, which they printed and reprinted, I think, 3 times, was not more than 10% of their production. The vast majority were all different types of books. And this is the reason why I stand behind what I just said, that I repeat it, that she, more than any other individual Jew, was responsible for shaping the modern Jewish bookcase. This bookcase included religious literature, scientific literature, covering various subjects, as well as Hebrew and Yiddish translations of the finest world literature. If this does not constitute intellectual heritage, the very essence of this concept becomes unclear to me. Finally, this intellectualism, which expanded boundless horizons for creativity and thought, served as the foundation for the literary endeavors of notable local Jewish authors such as Abraham Mapu, Adama Cohen, Kalman Schulman, Judah Gordon, Moshe Kulbak, Leah Goldberg, and Abraham Sutzkever, to mention but a few. When discussing the concept of cultural and intellectual heritage, it's essential to remember that it encompasses not only a set of beliefs, values, modes of thought, and customs transmitted from one generation to the next, but also the influence that this set of values exerts on groups and circles outside the social group in which it originated. Heritage that remains confined within a narrow social group is susceptible to stagnation. Conversely, a heritage that interfaces with other belief systems, customs, and values evolves and continually enriches itself, remaining relevant for future generations. I believe that my understanding of the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry illustrates this principle. The recent and I'll exemplify it. The recent proliferation of yeshiva students within the circle of the ultra-Orthodox community, today, self-identified as Lithuanian, is often seen as evidence of the richness and vitality of Lithuanian Jewish heritage. However, this may be but an illusion. If this perception were rooted in reality, one would expect a positive correlation between quantity and quality. In other words, a larger number of learners should result in more innovative and unconventional study methods that offer fresh horizons for a revitalized discourse and intellectually stimulating study. However, since the time of Rabbi Chaim of Brest, which is over a century ago, this scholarly world, aptly described by Immanuel Etkes as a society of learners, has not significantly developed new or enriching study methods. Most of those known today as great rabbis or gdolim, that is, exemplary figures, are recognized mainly for their exceptional memory rather than for innovative new study models. By the way, this dilemma was extending to the artistic world of Lithuanian Jewry, and believe it or not, there was such a world. As early as the late 19th century, Mark Antokolsky, who was born in Vilna, a Jewish boy, the talented and well-known Vilnius-born Jewish artist, and the most, I must add here, the most famous Russian sculptor in the second half of the 19th century, he designed, what's going on here? Sorry, it's it's an old version of this. Okay, sorry, I apologize. He designed 2 portraits depicting two of the most prevalent types of Jewish Torah learners, the erudite, Baki in Hebrew, and the innovative, Harif in Hebrew. In historical observation, the erudite model predominates. Moreover, this world has retreated, the yeshiva world, retreated into itself, reducing its point of contact with the surrounding society, let alone its influence. Conversely, the other facet of the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry, as mentioned above, as well as others, have become indispensable assets of modern Jewish society over the past century. It is unnecessary to elaborate on the central role of the modern education system in the contemporary Jewish world, as we heard from Professor Roskis, as well as the notable presence of Jews in the academic and scientific domains. Yet, despite the significant passage of time, the popular discourse continues to limit the intellectual heritage of Lithuanian Jewry to the rabbinical scholarly world. And why? So one possible explanation is that this seems to be the only social group that associates itself with historical Lithuanian Jewry, primarily through the widespread use of the term Lithuanian, Litai, Litvak in the political and yeshiva context, especially in the public discourse in Israel. Needless to say, this does not signify any direct or substantial connection to the world of historical Lithuanian Jewry. And to sum up, it is indisputable that within the Jewish society of Eastern Europe, Lithuanian Jewry was recognized as a society characterized by its middle names, rationalism and intellectualism. However, in Jewish Lithuania, intellectualism was not confined to a closed and limited elite group. What was an integral part or integral element of the local Jewish society. In other words, for this community, intellectualism was not merely a profession, but rather a tangible phenomenon and a way of life. Achulabay, thank you. I continue, but
Thank you very much, Professor Zalkin. Really, many applause. I hope you've heard it from our hall.
Hey, that's fine. No problem.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to unshare, but okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this interesting and also polemic presentation. And now I would like to open the floor for our discussions, which we didn't have after the first session. So I would like to remind you that we had two key speakers at this session, Professor Roskis and Professor Zalkin, and Professor Walden spoke about the traditions of Haskalah literature and Hebrew language. And also the morning session. The presenters are also here, except for Giedrė Jankevičiūtė, so everybody is welcome to ask or comment. Yes, I see a hand raised by Professor Bartal. Professor Bartal, please, yeah. We cannot hear you.
And you can see. Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I would like to thank Professor Zalkin for his most illuminating critical approach that he has presented here. And of course, everything he says is correct, but I would like to elaborate a little bit on the real missing aspects in this conference. First of all, there are some, I would call, white elephants in the room here. First of all is a word that was not mentioned at all, although it was kind of enveloping all the discussions, and this is acculturation. Actually, the intellectual history of the Jews in general, and the intellectual history of the Jews specifically in Eastern Europe and in Central Eastern Europe, Lithuania included, has to deal with a multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-political environment in which all kinds of alternative options for acculturation were available for the Jews from the 18th century on, if not earlier, including, of course, the case of Vilnius, of which you have, for example, another word that was not mentioned at all. We have much of colonization, not the word, but the issue of, kind of being Europeanized, so to speak, via the Polish language channel or the Polish culture channel. The word Russification, for example, was not mentioned here at all, including, by the way, Antokolsky. Antokolsky did not deal only with Jewish things. His most famous work is Ivan the Terrible, and he is regarded as a major Russian, artist. So if I put it here, and we have another perspective that in the coming next conference on cultural heritage of the Jews in Lithuania, we should deal with a multicultural acculturation with different options. The second and the last thing that I think I might say here is the idea that dealing with intellectuals means actually that you deal with something which is much larger. This is, again, by the way, it was shared by some of the speakers here, the misunderstanding of the difference between the so-called Haskalah or enlightenment and, if you like, modernization or cultural modernization in general. Haskalah usually has been identified for centuries, and by the way, Moti was one of the first to cope with this issue in his doctoral thesis in his well-known book that was published, I think, 30 years ago, that it was one thing to become a maskil, which was quite kind of a moderate, if you like, very moderate, almost orthodox, if you like, Jewish movement, and this stream of acculturating, if you like, in a more radical nature, in which actually the continuation of Jewish culture played a minute, if not at all, role. Okay, so the story of the things we heard in those two very interesting days of the conference had to do with different stages of acculturation in a multi-ethnic, multi-political environment, and of course, last but not least, the geopolitical and, if you like, nationalistic minded, and I put it bluntly, okay, has made this issue very complicated in international conferences, because if you speak within a Lithuanian essence, what is, by the way, Lithuanian? Most of the Jews that were mentioned here as Lithuanians today would be called Belarusians, as you know. Some others would be called Polish. By the way, Vilnius in Polish Jewish history was part of Polish Jewish history, was not part of Lithuanian history. So if I put it to sum up, the issue is so controversial and so highly even loaded with apologetics and anachronism that next time we meet, we should rather deal with Jewish modernization. Thank you.
Should I answer now or wait? Mr. Chairman, can I reply?
Yes, of course, you can answer. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Batal. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Batal, for your comments. Obviously, about acculturation, I agree, but we should remember that the story of Poland and the story of Lithuania is different. And I dedicated, I think, half of my lecture to independent Lithuania. And the Jews who returned or grew up in the interwar period in Lithuania, not in Vilnius, right? They considered, themselves Lithuanian Jews, not Polish Jews. They studied Lithuanian at schools. They wrote, so many of them spoke Lithuanian fluently, and we should pay attention to it because it's this subject was pushed to the margins of the research discourse, and especially when we are talking about Kaunas or Kovna, right? Kovno Kaunaskoy, right? And if we would have walked, in Laisvus Alea in 1935, 1938, 1939, right? We obviously could, we would hear Yiddish, a lot of Yiddish, but we would hear also so many Jews speak Lithuanian. We would find in the bookstores of, what's his name, I forgot, right? A very famous owner of a bookstore in Laisvus Alea. Books in Yiddish, in Hebrew, in Polish, and Lithuanian, and so on and so forth. And and one more comment: the most famous sculpture of Antokolsky was not Ivan the Terrible. Antokolsky made more Jesus sculptures than any other sculpture all over the world of his time. Obviously, everybody knows Ivan the Terrible and Catherine the Great and all of this, but here I totally agree with you. This is one of the most significant evidence to his acculturation to the Russian culture. Thank you.
I totally agree with everything you said. Just one thing. Remember periodization. I never said that there were no Lithuanian-speaking Jews in the interwar period and there was no kind of acculturation into Lithuanian culture in the 20th century. But we are talking of a story that goes back to the 17th, even 16th century. And this is why I was careful to say the geopolitical boundaries actually determine historiography. Go back to my lecture yesterday, the part that I had able to read. Okay.
Okay, now I would like to ask Professor Roskis to join in.
Is this?
No,
okay. So I would like to add my voice to this conversation. I think that the last thing that Professor Bartal said is right on point, that the focus of what I was doing has to do not with modernization writ large, but with the process of Jewish modernization. And I think that's a wonderful corrective. And that is why I drew a Star of David. It wasn't just because it was a convenient way of joining 6 points, but obviously I was making a larger statement, namely that the most, as I experienced it and as I see it really as a cultural historian, because I'm coming to this in two ways. I lived the story that I told, but I didn't tell it to you the way I lived it. I tried to stand back and to conceptualize it in a way that I couldn't have when I was 16 years old or 20 years old. So the Jewish star is a wonderful shorthand for a community that modernized Jewishly. And that is what I thought, that is how I understand the cultural revolution of Jewish Vilna, and how that cultural revolution was transplanted into the New World. So we were very lucky that we did not have to, by the time I was born, anti-Semitism had already waned. And yes, there was no public school system, there was only a parochial school system. You had to choose between Catholic and Protestant. But again, by the time I was born, there were already Jewish day schools. You had to pay taxes to the Protestant school board and pay tuition to send your children to a Jewish school, but you could send your children to a Jewish school, and then when you graduated, you had accreditation. So the points on the Magen David are actually quite interesting. Public spaces. So we were all students of Jacob Katz, the great Jewish sociologist, historian, who was the first to point out that what the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, wanted were neutral spaces. Jews wanted to be able to mix with the general population. Where could you do that? Where were there neutral spaces where Jews and non-Jews could meet? Well, there were parks. So this was a great breakthrough, that you could go to a public park and the two worlds would meet. You could meet in the opera. So that is what gave me the idea of talking about public spaces, because suddenly the stories that I heard from my mother snapped into sharp perspective. How many of her recollections of growing up in Vilna had to do with speaking Yiddish on the street in public. So it's the next step in the process of emancipation. First came emancipation, and then came Jewish self-emancipation. One after the other, one next to each other. I mean, they coexisted. It's not even a historical sequence. It all happened so quickly. My mother's first language was Russian. She grew up speaking Russian, but she went to a Russian Jewish high school, elementary school. Kokhanovsky's kindergarten was a Russian-speaking kindergarten. Her high school was Russian-speaking, but they were all Jews, of course. So their route to self-emancipation was through Russian and through Yiddish and through Hebrew. But her coming of age in Vilna from the First World War under the German occupation, which you all know was relatively benign as compared to what their life was under Tsarism. They were given political freedoms for the first time, which they did not enjoy. So her first memory is singing Yiddish in a choir in a garden as a fundraiser for war refugees, because that had never been, she had never seen anything like that. And she remembered her leave taking when she was married to my father on the 14th of February, 1930. And her most vivid memory is her friends come to the train station to say goodbye, and this is what they sang to her. And she sings the song that they sang, and she says, "Imagine, we were singing in Yiddish in the train station." So, growing up on these stories, I realized, yes, that's what was so liberating growing up in Montreal. Of course you could speak English. Of course you could acculturate. That's obvious. But that wasn't the moment of self-liberation. The moment of self-liberation is when you could perform as a Jew in public. That's the Vilna moment. That's the Vilna moment. So that's really what I was trying to focus on, those institutional frameworks, a Jewish public library. I could give you an hour and a half long lecture on the Yiddish theater, which still exists. It's an amateur Yiddish theater. It lasted 5 decades longer than the Vilna Trupa. It's still ongoing. The Vilna Trupa was in Vilna for what, a year or two before they moved to Warsaw, and then they went all over the world and they disbanded. They exist only as a mythology. But this Yiddish theater group still exists and still puts on plays. The fact that there was a new cultural aristocracy. So I only focused on one, and that was the Lehrer. A Lehrer was a teacher in a Jewish secular school, in a Yiddish secular school. So for 2,000 years, there were rabbis, and there were rebbes, and then Hasidism, there were Rebbeim. Rebbeim means a tzaddik, a wonder worker. There was an aristocracy that was in place. And suddenly, there was a new aristocracy of political leaders and lehrers, and the most important, I only mentioned in half a sentence, were klaltuers. There isn't even an English equivalent for a klaltuer. We translate it as cultural activist. They were kind of lay revolutionaries. They were the backbone of Jewish civil society. Jewish civil society in Vilna was created by Klaltuers, who were doctors and lawyers and engineers during the day, and at night they had another life running Jewish organizations. My father was a Klaltuer, but this man, Chaim Ostreger, whom I mentioned, who was a furrier, rescued the living Yiddish word for all generations. The 500 lectures that were given at the Jewish Public Library have all been digitized. You can just type in a name in the website of the Yiddish Book Center. Type in Chaim Grade, type in Avram Sutzkever, type in Peretz Miransky, anybody, and what you will call up is the lecture that they gave, or lectures, over a 50-year period at the Jewish Public Library. You can hear the lecture, but that's not all. The same Litvaks also recorded classical Yiddish literature for blind people. So you have 30 or more classic works of Yiddish literature that are read to you by native speakers of Yiddish. This was also done at the Jewish Public Library, and one of them was Leib Tenzer from Vilna. So if you want to hear the sound of Vilna Yiddish, you can hear Leib Tenzer reading the Brider Ashkenazi, which is a very long book. You know, it's 3 tapes worth. It'll take you hours and hours, but you can just close your eyes and listen to Leib Tenzer reading to you. So you see where we're going with this. The mechanisms of Jewish modernization and how they were transplantable is really the story that I was trying to tell.
Any more questions or comments continuing our discussion? I'm just looking for any more hands raised or questions from the audience. Yes, then I would like to invite the head of Humanities and Social Sciences section of Academy of Science, Professor Vytautas Nekrošius.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I will allow for me to say, dear friends, thank you very much that these 2 days you were here. I think that we together organized a very good conference. You know, a lot of people in Vilnius today know that for 50 years ago, Vilnius was, or more than 50 years, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, Vilnius was the North Jerusalem, that most of population that was Jewish, but it was only theoretical. The most people in Vilnius today don't feel it. And I am sure that after these 2 days, we made all together a small step to the situation when the people in Vilnius and people in Lithuania, this history of Jewish Vilnius, of Polish Vilnius, of Vilnius as a capital city of Grand Duke Lithuania, this history is closer to us. And without you, without these 2 days, it would be impossible. So, thank you very much that we had this conference, because you have big tragedy. But I am sure, and I wish you that peace and victory come as soon as possible into your houses. And now I have only one dream, that as soon as possible we would meet all together here in Vilnius. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you that you are, thank you for you being here today, and I hope that we made in these 2 days very good job. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you very much to all the participants. Those who are in Vilnius will now have a guided tour in the Vilnius Old Town, and our colleagues in Israel, let's hope, will join us next time. Thank you very much, and see you again. Thanks.
Iki.